Hello. What's going on? We still falling? Yeah. Yeah, probably some support around 65. Mm, maybe the gap fill. Let me take a look. I've got food cooking, but I'm short, so I thought I'd stop by. I was watching Bowman's speech. She's talking about cybercrime, responsible innovation. That's nice. Looks like the majority of sold puts are down at 62.45. There's some bot calls at 75 that are a little bit supportive here. Some sold puts 70.65. So if momentum carries us down, we should find support somewhere in this like $10-12 range between 75 and like 66 75 and like 67. Some support somewhere in there, it looks like. Although if gamma keeps pulling back, that could change, but looks like in the money bot puts 85, 90, 95. Some out of the money bot puts at 60 and 55, 35, 30. Not a ton of them though. And then VIX almost back up at 17. We shorted it open 6,300 Ps. No, sold 6,305 calls. Closed my straddle legs though on the long side. I've still got puts open though from last night's close. 62.70s. Although I think I'd be okay with closing them here. So I'll probably put a stop on them and then go grab my toast. The fuck? Turn that shit off. Discord audio, please. Oh, I'll turn it on in a second. I'm gonna I'm gonna go grab my food first, and I'll be right back. But I'll be on there too. All right. We got some support before closing the gap. Nice. How's everyone doing? Green so far? That's a good start. How the fuck did you get in my office? One second. Alright, I'm back again. It's gonna be another one of those days. Yeah. What were you excited about? Selling off into the test of the implied move? Core inflation rose pretty sharply, but not as sharply as estimated at the top end. I will say, though, that headline was up quite a bit. But I think core dodging 3.0 is somewhat significant. Empire State Manufacturing Index saw some expansion, but Redbook was down. I think we just have Fed speakers for the rest of the day. Super core is PCE, need to. I would say. Actually, hold on. I have to look at something. Jesus. Look at the actual report. Give me a second. Yeah. In line, but something seems slightly off. Good morning. It's like chat XP resets every day. I don't even understand the game. I don't like that people are getting a crown and it's not me, but I don't really get the rest of it. What's up, dude? Hmm. Interesting. Low or high? I know Brett donated like $1 yesterday and he was #1 all day. Thanks, Jen. I like the stream. Gives no XP towards ranking. What kind of clown show is this? It's a hidden MMR. You could probably disable it in some obscure settings menu. Why would I disable anything that promotes competition among you guys? It's gamer time, boys. They messed with gamers. Chat's gonna be farming XP now and forgetting to set stops. Let's be honest, Fuzzy Bear, they've never set stops. We all know it. This just monetizes Gherk's love. No, that's Pigeon Whale. You can ask Nitu. You can, when you sign up for Pigeon Whale, you can directly buy my my attention. Sort of. If I'm in a good mood. Hi, Borkin. Oh, I know you now. Gherk, I'm Pigeon Whale. I rarely get your attention, but it's okay. All good. Do you seek it? It's like buying a can opener but not owning any cans. I don't know. What's up, Bob Ross? Well done. That's one less year than I've been doing this. Impressive. Hey, Gilgamesh. Keep your stupid comments in your pocket, you son of a bitch. The YouTube stream isn't muted.
Costellosaurus put their pickle in my jar. Hey,
CPI didn't inflate. It did.
Sold my put because the price of it
This
was
gets your
dropping
attention. Sold my put because the price of it was dropping as the price of SPX dropped.
Thanks.
I did good today. Thanks. Nice, man. Ah. Almost just died. Man found dead in New York City apartment after cooing at other grown man. Congratulations, man. Choked on a pigeon. Yeah. Well, tens of fans watch on in horror. Hey, there's like 100 of you or something. Be the most fitting end of this strange saga. Hmm. Choked on a pigeon kind of has different implication in this community. Not entirely untrue. Hmm. Support here again? The supportive bot calls at 65, 75 closing. There's still some sold puts to the downside here, but most of them are down at 60, 62.45. Supported spot's kind of weak. Although it's very early in the day, so. Puts below VN all sold. Puts at 62.50 are sold. 45, 40, and then like 220, 200 are the bigger, like, out of the money strikes. Like, further out of the money strikes. But yeah, there's sold puts above VN too. It's not as many. I hope we get some movement. I gotta leave in an hour. You might have seen the majority of it already. I think getting pinned here is pretty easy. We might fill the gap from yesterday. But losing 70 seems unlikely without some bad news. Fuck's up, Wooly? It's kind of choppy until we get that breakout or breakdown. Yeah. A little bit. I don't know. We've got a bit of a slide down to like 65, 60. I don't think it's that choppy if it just keeps failing. Although that does fill the gap, and I do think our downside expected move is still really far away. It's like 62.30. think I've been in you for 3 years. Jesus. Interesting. Is that the gap filled now? I think it is. Careful of a bounce here. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, no, it is. There's another gap. 67. Oh, yeah, remember that gap we left open to the downside at close? I think both of those are still open. 67 and 62. No, the overnight gap is filled. 67 was the, like, 458 or 358. Just no fucking delta to the upside, huh? Oh, the overnight gap did fill. God damn it, AJ. You son of a bitch. It did fill. Oh my fucking god. Yesterday's closing price was 62.68.56. the high was 62.70.78 on the candle. Trading View and WeBull show me two different things. Do you pay for exchange data on WeBull? If you do, WeBull is more accurate. I think Trading View is like 15 exchanges, and WeBull's 18 or 21 now. How about we just test 6250? Still support at 65, 60. Some. Although things do get a lot more slippery down here. Was a 6300 test possible again? It seems a bit excessive right now. I mean, yeah, I guess if they do, it depends on how strong. There's resistance to the upside at 70 and 85. So, could be a little bit harder to retest the high. Yeah, something on the trade deals could have an impact. I mean, we're in negative gamma right now. This can keep failing. Got VN down at 6250. Still quite a lot of puts being bought back. No, very low delta generally doesn't pin price. Low delta, low gamma is like, those ranges are very slippery. Remember what we were talking about in the last roundtable about like the little planets? If you have like a bunch of little planets in a row, it's very easy to just slingshot through all of them. It's the big planets that price gets stuck around. Woo. It does slow down the cover bid, obviously. You're a planet. Yeah. I mean, wow, man. Just gonna go after my weight like that? I like to imagine magnetic sounds as the price slips through levels. Do your magnets generally make a lot of sounds, Gilgamesh? Like womp? Fucking Michael Bay stock trading. Greeks make more sense in astrophysics terms. Yeah, yeah. Can get Nuke working on a solar system reskin of Gamma Strike. Oh, so instead of displaying bars, we just have different sized multicolored planets. That would be the best. That would actually be the best fucking like Easter egg ever. Christmas and Halloween themes for Gamma Strike. We'll think about it. When price can still keep going lower to the largest negative Gex bar, when they get a bounce over the flips and that continues down, is that profit taking? Generally profit taking on the bounce. Why is mine strictly Uranus? Oh, that's just a photocopy of Dork's butthole. Does GS use SIBO live data? Opera. Data comes from Opera, not SIBO. Technically, I mean, but Opera, SIBO does publish data, but Opera is the source of the data. SPX almost went red. I mean, higher inflation isn't good. Also, the individual components of inflation are kind of ugly. Ooh, Tesla's top North American sales executive leaves. I sold bull puts here. Am I safe? That's a little bit dangerous. 55.45. Yeah, a little bit dangerous. Right now, most of the out of the money puts are being bought to close. Like over the last 10 minutes, especially the 60, the 50, and the 40. Which is gonna probably push vol up. Remember, when we're above VN and we start selling off, there's no MM coming in to buy the dip. And gamma over time is lower. Right, gamma on both the SPX AM contract and on the weekly contract has been trending down. And the market makers will not buy the dip until their returns are convex again, which is below VN when they're no longer positively exposed to Vega. I don't know if tariffs are starting to show up in the data. Maybe a little bit. A little bit of an I mean, there was some indication that, like, the persistent tariffs, which did not, unlike the reciprocal tariffs, did not get pulled back, are starting to rear their head a little bit. And this is about the right time. You figure a quarter's worth of inventory preload probably offset most of the realization of cost increases. But the thing is demand dropped, right? So all these businesses went out and like bumped capex to beat the rising costs, but then demand went in the shitter. Like if you look at services and manufacturing PMIs over the last like 3 months, that inventory allocation is going to hurt their balance sheets a lot. With all the taco traders, I don't even know what actually stuck during this period. Steel and aluminum tariffs, and then the 10% like flat tariff on everything. Copper doesn't start till August 1st. Ooh, nice. There's 65. Marpo, I hope you're okay. Okay. If Tesla closes below 200 MA today, I'm buying some puts. You can't stop me. You know, you'd be a much better trader if you picked a price for it to close below and not just an arbitrary line. Under 317 is not particularly bearish, but alright. 300's a more significant pivot point for Tesla. Although I haven't looked at it in a couple days. Maybe I'm wrong. Give me a second. No, 300 still matters a lot. I will say under 315 is pretty slippery. This could very easily sell back off to 300. Gamma neutral's a 295. VM's dropping off a bit. Delta's picking up. Still negative. Down 1% so far today. Yeah, that doesn't look like a particularly strong breakout. It's a shit bounce on declining volume. How flat is it though? Yeah, under 315's not real great. It's a pretty straight shot down. There's not a lot of delta to squeeze off. But you could confirm additionally at a loss of 310. Gimme. That weird. The fuck? Hmm. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't look great. The options market's pricing Tesla way down over time. Interesting. I don't think I can turn mustard on anymore. If I did, I'd have to show you guys a bunch of things that you can't see yet. Maybe? Hold on. I guess that doesn't technically exist. chance it. It's not prepared yet. Oh, interesting. Ultra top secret Mayo line? No, no, just tools we're building that aren't ready yet. Should be a little support here. See how that fares. DF crossed over the gamma flip. Delta's starting to get more heavily weighted to the downside. That does open a move further out. Looks like it'd be hard to get below 40 today, though. Which I think is what I put for my expected move last night. Somewhere around there. 40 or 50. That could change, though. I mean, we could get, more put spot back as we fall. Because IV does increase. Especially under 50. VIX right back up to where it was this morning. Higher. That's also the 62 gap from yesterday filled, so the 3 downside gaps now all filled. Or at least the local ones. And the upside gap filled on this morning's breakout. Yeah. Do bulls have any reason to be hopeful about PPI? There's a reason to stabilize things into PPI. I don't think it's going to be a positive. If anything, cost increases should be realized faster on the producer side. Haha, gray pubes. Ooh. This might be kind of a fun place to pick up cooler, but how's Bitcoin doing? Ooh, BTC's still getting stepped on pretty hard. I don't hate you. Bounce up to 70, or same like additional put entry. Well, we've got a bounce, but it's on kind of weak volume. I wonder if I could get the lower spread. $130 per leg. Oh, new price of 627. Fucking OI sucks. So that was the problem. It was better OI out on the 7, 8. $8 tops. 3. 263%. $65 debit. Hmm. Not as good a profitability there. Sorry. 65 should be some resistance. If it breaks out above that, then bulls are going to run it. Still a fairly low volume bounce, though. Right off of ES 6300 on the nose. Cooler, little bounce. Yeah, it's enticing. I'd like to buy closer to risk, but maybe this is as close as it's gonna get. Ooh, KRE is starting to drop. 20 and 30 are over 5% again. Ten-years pushing up towards 4 or 5. Bulls got clear of the 65 resistance, so watch out. We can push this up to 80, I think, pretty easily. No, that's where Basant, yeah, Basant freaked out. Did they just use YCC to keep things under control until bank earnings? They've used YCC to keep things under control for the last 2 years. No tariffs above 4.55 on the 1030. What? Basant loves issuing all his debt at higher rates. We're gonna borrow $3.6 trillion and the cost of finance is gonna be 4.5. Everyone forgets that part. Falling below 65, bearish again. Yeah, yeah. If we get rejected here, any rejection, bearish. Especially if we fail to regain the flip points. Remember, it's harder to V this above VN. The MM's not coming in to back that. They're not going to come in to back that move. Nice, Gilgamesh. Wait, I thought you were unemployed. I didn't even know that. Nice. So I keep asking about them. I mean, you haven't done too much of that. Like some, but not too much. Weird. Okay, so mm, still getting puts bought back out of the money. I take a look at positioning on Hertz. Yeah, sure. It's still got some upside. Out to like 931. Gamma's kind of flattened out, but yeah, it looks like it could push out as high as like 9 or 10 bucks. If 9 goes in the money, it might actually squeeze out to 10. So doesn't look too bad. From Pickles picks, IV is getting a little bit elevated. That might encourage some call selling. It's maybe what we're seeing going on there. These are shorter dated. Some of those are August. Also August. September. Yeah, I mean it doesn't look terrible to the upside. Probably hard to break before OPEX though. Above 9 at least. Although maybe after OPEX breaks up. After that like all that in the money charm falls off. Or, well, above spot. Granted, I don't know all the bulls' positions, but if I'm them, keep buying back puts, let us drop under VN several strikes, then rebuild with the MM assistance. Yep, that's how they've done it for the last, like, 2 weeks. Also, when the MM's buying the dip, you have someone to pick up all the puts you're selling. And you still sell puts below VN, which is better. Better to wait for a pullback on Hertz. I mean, you could. I don't know if it's gonna get much of one. It has support at 8, 750 and 8. So yeah, I don't really know if that's worthwhile. Maybe. But Vol's moving up now, not later. Ooh, higher low. There's some put selling there. A little bit at 65. Still kind of low volume upside in ES and NQ. And we left a gap back at 62.66. Yes. Be great if they dropped it to VN on the monthly. That'd be cool. Although I think gamma neutral is very close to there. That's kind of dangerous. My super nerd friend still thinks ARM contains a worthwhile competitive advantage over licensing that the big boys are unlikely to drop, but I see valuations and I want to puke. Any thoughts? I agree that valuations are already ridiculous. What's the competitive advantage that he sees? It's not like ARM chips are going to outpace GPUs on the AI front. And Micron looks like they aren't chips. It's licensing. What licensing? Okay. Yeah, I would need to see more. What window of time do you say when you say low volume? I just look at the candles. I've been watching ES long enough that I generally have a fairly good idea of when volume is relatively low. 5 minute candles that are like under 15K, usually pretty low volume. Sorry. Confused. I thought Trump admin would want CBDC. No, 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 no. He doesn't want to piss off the libertarian crypto bro base. CBDCs could. I mean, like, uh, you could still hope to lower rates through stable coins via Fed pressure. You use stable coins to undermine like foreign currencies. Yeah, grift them harder. Exactly, privatization of our monetary system. Coin to the moon? Is that a cake? Did you draw boobs or a cake there, Nitu? I don't know if that's a butt or a cake. It's kind of a cake? Okay. Is that the gamma symbol? Butt cake. Dude, the SPX chat is starting to get so bleak. This is the saddest I've seen bears since February. Maybe I do need to buy some longer dated puts. Time to buy puts. Pickle jar being so bearish that they're ironically bullish has been one of the best signals of market downside in the history of the market. Why are bears sad? They should be sleeping, biding their time, because they buy puts and then they don't close them. And then the market goes up $5 and they act like the world is lost. It's like they buy the put and they're like, oh my god, is it going to print? And then it starts to print and they're like, holy fuck, it's happening. And then it prints a bunch and they're like, oh my god, it's going to go down forever. I'm going to refill my port finally. And then the market bounces. And they're like, oh man, it's okay. I'll just keep holding it. It'll keep dropping. That was a weak bounce. Okay, that bounce is a little bit stronger, but it's fine. Like, I can take a drawdown all the way back to 0. This is just a little bit of a loss. It's alright. And then that's the story of the pickle jars puts. I feel seen. Jesus Christ, stop making fun of me in front of hundreds of people. Time to DCA. So yeah, if I just buy another one, it'll be okay. I'm not attacking anybody. I'm just trying to get people to fucking close your puts when they're up. It's a very easy way to lose 7K. Don't forget buying calls at the top and give it up on the puts. I think anytime anyone in the pickle jar says, that's it, I'm buying calls from now on, I'm going to buy a put in solidarity. I just want to see what that trade returns. Also, don't forget to actually close the puts when they never go green. That works. Well, I don't have that problem. That's a you problem, AJ. I tell you guys when puts are good, and then you should make money on them, because I'm usually right. Like this morning, I was like, hey, if you lose 62.90, this is bearish. I even showed us boop right off the top of the MM's expected move. You could have just gotten a put there. It would have been $30 in the money. You'd be done for the day. Easy $3,000. Fucking close that shit at support when we tested it. You can't do the execution part for us. I know. Literal army of regards. Just put a fucking stop on it, and then you can't get V'd out of your position. This is the problem. You guys don't want to put a stop on it because you want more gains. I just didn't wake up. I don't need a therapist. Is it probable this month Trump doesn't taco and Yuta doesn't unagi? Japanese inflation comes in this week, so we'll see. But if JPOW doesn't cut rates at the meeting, I don't know if Trump has any choice but to taco. If he doesn't, like if he gets belligerent and cranky, he's gonna freak the market the fuck out. And also, if and probably when JPOW doesn't cut rates at the July meeting, the current rhetoric towards JPOW is probably going to intensify dramatically. Because now we're in the issuance period, right? Debt ceiling's raised. Treasury needs to issue like $400-500 billion over the next 3 months. They don't want to do that shit at a fucking 30-year cost of finance of literally double the amount they're financing. Don't get me wrong, they're gonna do it all with short-term fucking bills, but liquidity can dry up on the short end too. Because they're trading zero DTEs, need to. If you have a put and it's open and it's profitable above gamma neutral, you should be considering stops. Below gamma neutral, you have a put open, it's in the money. That could get very spicy. No, the money from the tariffs is supposed to go into our pockets, remember? After we pay them. Nice, McConnerberry. Wouldn't Trump want to be belligerent to not look weak due to his ego? Yes, because he's a narcissist, and narcissists are very predictable. How do you close a long zero DTE put on a PDT account? You can just box it. Or, you can close 3 of them a week. Or, well, every 5 trading days. Maybe don't trade zero DTEs on a PDT account. I don't know why people don't just open shit they can close the next day. Yeah, putting 25k in your account's pretty useful too. You can just do this though. Look, it's not hard. If you really want to do that, right? Say you have the buy put. What the fuck are these? Go away. The 90. Say you bought it this morning. It's like 1190. You just like sell the 85 and lock in your profit. You can sell the 6,300. You can sell the 95. Doesn't matter, but you can sell in a put and lock in profit either way. If you sell the strike above, you lock in most of your current gains, but you remain exposed to an upside move. If you sell the downside, you can get you lock in some of your gains, but you're exposed to the downside move. See, pretty easy, not too complicated. And then it's effectively closed. I mean, you take a bit of a loss doing it, but you gotta close it without burning a day trade. Although, be careful because some brokers do treat that, like boxing that way, as a day trade. I don't know which ones. I haven't run into that myself, but some of them I've heard do. So this could mean if JPEG doesn't catch, Trump throws his tantrum and freaks out the market with potential for WEDA to allow for government intervention depending on Japanese data. I mean, if Japan's inflation continues up while their real wages fall, they're going to need to do something with their rates. And they're going to need to do it probably sooner rather than later. They're way behind the curve on where they expected to be with rate increases over the course of this year, and largely due to the volatility that occurred in April. And the potential for like tariffs. So it's very likely that they don't want to raise rates until tariff negotiations are finalized because they don't want to be seen as acting in bad faith. However, that puts an enormous amount of economic pressure on them as a country. So if they want their currency to appreciate in any way, they will say they don't particularly care about, but it would be helpful or beneficial to their citizens. Then they're gonna need to raise rates. And if you've looked at Japanese bonds, they're just rocketing up. So I mean, they kind of need to meet the bond market in the middle somewhere. That's just a reaction function. So it's like a different implied move. We've talked about this before. The reaction functions for CPI are not predictive of price action the next day. They're just an estimate of the price action upon the release of the data. And we hit the higher end of the estimated inflation, which gave us, upside returns of about, oh, what did we get? I guess that was like 50, 55 bips, which is between 25 and 75. Their estimate was fine. You just don't understand how it works. It's definitely not a prediction of like the next day's closing price. About time for some fixie calls. I'm already long yen. I think you said the GS Roundtable 19 that I listened to last night. Implied move just reflects the hedge for the next day. It's not a set range. It gives you an idea of how they are pricing. It is how they are pricing. It's not an idea. It is how they are pricing. It's not that esoteric. It's very specifically what they are pricing in to the current contract. The contract's at close. Does PPI come in hot? We'll find out tomorrow. Based on PMIs, PPI should have a bit more margin of error to the upside than CPI. Because remember CPI is affected more by pass-through of tariff costs, whereas PPI is going to be more directly impacted. Is the bottom in for today? Maybe. We did get some put selling at the low. Doesn't mean the top for today is going to be very high. I would say flat day over day, awaiting PPI is probably very likely. No, Bulls don't have a particularly good path back to 6,300. They'd have to squeeze off quite a lot of calls. There's sold calls at pretty much every strike above 80. There's also in the money bot puts at like 85, 90, 95. I would say that the Bulls would need to push very, very hard to get 6,300 here. I do think we could test 80. That doesn't seem out of the question. Maybe even like get up to 82-ish. Yeah. But above that would be quite hard. Even here where gamma starts to increase up to the upside of 75, it becomes more difficult to move up. Like gamma or delta kind of slumps, right? It's like this range is not great. Channel or wedge? Right now, it's a wedge. Although, a somewhat broad one. I think if it breaks out above... What is that? Yeah, 63.16. Above 63.16, it turns into a channel. But right now it's a wedge. At least on the 5-minute. It does not assume all options are bought. It assumes the knave assumption. No, because it's not naive, because it's from Knave set theory, Dave. Naive. Can I toot your horn? Yeah, sure. Morning, Gurk. Just stopping by to like the stream and wonder if you know the exact price we're closing out today, so I can sell my iron butterfly now. I don't. I do think there is some potential drifts towards Vega neutral. We did lose the trend here, and the wedge broke down, so chance to get a lower low. Mathematicians don't get to just change words. Both spellings are technically correct. One's just French. So generally, naive is used in literary terms. And it's not an umlaut, it's a diaeresis. I'm sorry, I forget you're part British. I'm not. Well, I mean, I guess technically, a little bit. Will overholding my puts work? Has it ever worked before? I said diuresis. There's another name for it too. I forget what it is. Umlauts are used in German and like Nordic and Eastern European languages. So it changes the sound of the vowel. But diuresis indicates that two like adjacent letters, adjacent vowels are pronounced separately rather than like one sound. So it'd be like instead of through, it'd be throw. Trema, trema. They're called tremas also. They're used in like French and Spanish. What's it? Noel, like in no, right, and then L. Versus like Sean in German, schon, which is not. It's is it beautiful? And then like that has a C, which is already or past participle. Okay, I'm not good with German. Noel works. I'm dyslexic. This all seems Greek to me. They don't use umlauts or tremas in Greek. They have their own alphabet. I'm glad to know that you stand with the people of Berlin, Sinbad. It's not German, it's Swedish. You should need to. You should learn Italian. It's much easier if you're dyslexic because it has orthographic transparency. English is the bastardization of many languages, including itself. Well, Italian's simpler because it's very phonetic. So each letter almost always corresponds to the same sound. Unlike English, where you have like though, through, tough, right? Or French, which is more complex. I think Finnish is very good for people with dyslexia too. Though, through, and tough. I mean, same sound. How many shillings is Gamma Strike? Father? Pseudo father? What? GS is 5,000 shekels per 17 and a half days. Fortnightly payments. God, my Italian's so bad. Suo valore si misura no sangue versato dai caduti. I think. That might have not made sense. Excuse me? What the fuck? Was that your Pope impression? No, that would be Latin. Protimium ies in sanguine cadentium mensurator. Nomine Patri Filia Spiritus Sancti. Latin's way easier. Amen. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our puts. As we forgive those who buy calls against us. You're just full of surprises. I don't even know if what I said actually means anything. Me neither. I was trying to say its price is measured in the blood of the fallen, which I think I got right in Latin, but I'm not sure if I got it right in Italian. The conjugation's a little weird. What do you think 1K, 10K challenges on average, how long does it take you? Well, I haven't been doing 1K. I've been doing $250, but once you hit like 1,500 bucks, you can get to 10K in like a week or two. The first part takes a while. Take like a month to get from like, if you're trying really really hard and you're legitimately worried about blowing up, it can take like a month to get from 250 to like 1,500. It depends though. It's all dependent on market conditions. In this environment, probably even longer because price action's terrible. Well, that takes the challenge out of it. Also, remember the success rate on accounts that small is very low. That's super easy to blow up in like the early stages. The more money you start with, the better you can manage risk, and the more opportunity you have for exposure. Oh, is he gonna say something in his weird Floridian Quebecois accent? Who gives a shit? Is he gonna talk about selling his fucking underwear and a stapler for an irrelevant amount of money? I'm sure the charity that takes in like $500 million a year in donations really cares about his 200 grand. I built an account from 250 to 25K twice. The thrill of that experience led to me trying 9 other times and failing dramatically. Yeah, but hold on. If you failed 9 other times, you only lost 220 or $2,250 out of the 25,000 you made. So you're still up. Well, where did the other money go? This is literally the story of my gambling account. Why would you put money in Mullen? Aren't they like completely bankrupt? And the all-time high is not 130 million. That's just from reverse splits. I'm hopelessly in medical debt. Fuck them, don't pay it. And gambling debt. Oh, that's different. They'll break your legs. Who the fuck pays off medical debt? Like, if you need money, why would you ever pay off medical debt? Is that a real thing that people do? They're like, oh man, gotta pay those doc. Fuck them. Not me. Oh, okay. How about a Porsche? Nice. Normies freak out when debt collectors call them. Do they? You're telling me Fuba will never go back to 1.5 million? No, probably not. I'll sell a share of Fubo when it's 1.5 million. Just like boomers aren't going to live with the consequences or policies, I will not worry about my debt after I die. Don't worry about your parents' debt after they die either. That's something poor people do a lot. They don't like forward all their assets when they're about to die. So then their assets get taken by their debtors after they die. You looking at Riley for SLD? I've looked at Riley. I have some shares. Not a lot, but some. I told The Rock where Vegan Neutral was 2 weeks ago. He said it doesn't matter. You guys really need to stop thinking of Vegan Neutral as like a point that the market is pinned to. You're still in Nove? Yeah? Why? I haven't even bought all my shares yet. I picked up some shares at like 1270 and 12, I think it was like 52 I got filled at. Close again on 13. Good. I hope it drops back to $10 so I can buy a bunch of it. Yeah, Nove's like long-term play, not short. That's what they say they want. But then they're up 10% and they're like, I want to get rid of this. Which I get. I feel that. I feel that urge too. You know, we failed the trend on ES. Retested it and it failed again. Which means we might fall below the prior week close here, which would be very interesting. And maybe back below the ES, the prior ES all-time high. We do have a new all-time high now. Just checking. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I mean, I think it'll benefit a lot more on an improvement in oil demand. But if tariffs are broadly implemented, that may come sooner rather than later. I will say though, like Schlumberger and Hal are significantly less risky. They just have less potential to the upside. So getting exposure across multiple assets would reduce risk. Theoretically. Like diverse? Yeah. U.S. Energy Secretary, right? The U.S. is mulling creative deals to refill the oil reserve. Translation: we could just buy cheap and fill it, but we want to create a future crisis and then blame Dems. Yeah, of course. I think home builders are probably slightly fucked, right? Why am I going to assume rate cuts this year? Just because they're priced in? We've been pricing in significantly more rate cuts than we've gotten for the last 2 years. I don't think there's any reason to believe that rates are getting cut anytime soon, especially not in an uptick in inflation. And it doesn't matter if fucking Trump replaces Powell. First of all, if Trump fires Powell for any reason, that's going to drive yields at the top end of the curve way the fuck up. If it doesn't cause a like black swan event and liquidity crisis in its own right. And then like even if he waits out Powell, substitutes him with some lackey, that lackey still is just one vote on the Fed Board of Governors. Chairman, sure, the face of the Fed, yeah, but only one of the voting members. Trump is a regard. It's a panel. Yeah, I know. He thinks it's just JPA's decision. Fed Chair Plute will cut rates. No. Plute's there for when they fuck up the taking Fannie Mae public. He's the scapegoat. Plute's expendable. Exactly. If he intends to subvert the entire Fed vote, that's bad news bears in a lot of ways. It's a it's direct subversion of the central bank's independence, which happens in like sub-Saharan African countries pretty frequently, and some like former Soviet bloc countries, and that's about it. But when it happens, it's really really fucking bad. Yeah, Banana Republic shit. That leads to like double digit interest rates. Well, what it leads to is what I said last night, which is foreign bondholders, right? Foreign fixed income especially has to drop US debt due to the risk profile. The risk profile changes, which then pressures US prime dealers to pick up the slack in the current ongoing issuance needed to refill the TGA. And then they're going to demand a higher cost to finance that debt. And the demand for the higher cost to finance will drive rates up. It's not dramatic. That's what happens. How's it dramatic? What's dramatic is threatening the independence of our central bank. That's dramatic. I'm not the one being dramatic. I don't identify as a pickle. I identify as a meat popsicle. I worked at Banana Republic once. I didn't see any interest rate changes. Good reference. Yeah, from Fifth Element. You guys have seen it. Well, some of you have. Could Trump caress prime dealers to accept lower interest rates somehow? Yeah, he can let them issue stable coins. But they might just do that and then just still also demand higher interest rates. Oh dear God. Yep. Yep. Well, remember we said if they wanted to reinflate the market, they had to increase risk, right? There's only so many knobs you can fucking turn. Corbin Dallas. Chris Tucker was such a good character. Yeah. I loved that movie. Gary Oldman too. Everybody in that movie was amazing. Rims and Tims, the only minority group that you're representing is African Americans who shop at Vineyard Vines. Which is like you and four other guys from Long Island. There's tens of us. Yeah, you missed the part of the day. Hmm. That's right. Rims and Tims is actually Rims and Sperry's. But all the rich white people in Smithtown, Long Island loved me when they shopped at Banana Republic. I guess 2 more weeks in the mines, and then I have refilled the port just in time to full port short the top again. Nice, toe beans. Is that what you want to do? So that means that the market's going to crash in the next 2 weeks and then bounce when you buy your puts. We should pull for Rims to change his name to what Tasty said. Rims and Sperry's. Hmm. This seems important. Gay robots spotted walking around Los Angeles, California. The Rizbot was seen crossing traffic and confronting people in LA. Okay, hold up. How do they know the robot's gay? And if a robot's gay, what does that mean? Aren't all robots gay? I I don't know if a robot's even capable of being gay or anything, actually. I think they're it's apparently a cowboy hat wearing robot named Jake the Rizbot. I don't think it depends on their programming. Stop being robophobic. I'm I'm not. Robosexual is the preferred term. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm not having a philosophical debate on the fucking sexuality of robots. I mean, wait, well, if you build a robot and then fuck your own robot, does that make you an autosexual? Autocon makes you a loser. I see I got back just in time for quality convo. Yeah. The Rothschilds are not the Fed. I don't know. I feel like there's like some uncanny valley shit going on there. I'll leave it up to the ethicists. I know whatever company makes sex robots, I'm going long. They're gonna make an obscene amount of money. I can't believe it's not Elon yet. I mean, that's clearly why he's making robots. Because he wants someone to love him. But it might be Meta. Even robots can't do that. The Gex values to the right of the flip chart, the same as the Gex values as the Gexes in the gray in the bottom. Yeah, these on each strike are equivalent to these. He made all those kids, and none of them love him. Womp womp. Are we sure it's none of them, or just most of them? Some of them, I think, are too young to know better. I feel like that's not sad for Elon, that's just sad for the kids. Well, he probably doesn't care, because, you know, he's him. If Elon was your dad, he would be a resident of the state of Texas and only pay you the minimum amount of allowable child support. I mean, I think Elon didn't care before the ketamine. And one of his 18 children will figure out how to leverage his own narcissistic ego against him. And that child will be the favorite. Remember when people thought Elon was real life Tony Stark? Good times. Yeah, I do. But those people were also idiots. Or they were just long Tesla. Which, bias, right? I could give that one kid tips. Bet you could. Rank worst to least worst. Elon, Bezos, Mark Z. Oh, it's definitely Zuck, Elon, Bezos. Bezos, I mean, for the general autistic billionaire is pretty normal. Like he did everything you would expect of a multi-billionaire. Like he's kind of basic. Zuckerberg's by far the most evil. Musk is definitely smarter than Trump. Although drug-addled Musk is probably about on the same level. Is it Bezos or Bezos? Who gives a shit? Zuckerberg has done more damage to human society than can possibly be quantified. He doesn't need an island or a Pacific bunker. He has a $500 million yacht. I don't know, man. I saw a lot of shit on MySpace. Yeah, but MySpace wasn't being used to manipulate its users. They weren't, they just weren't that advanced. Fucking Tom just wanted to be your friend, man. Like, he wasn't trying to sell you shit. Bezos doesn't run Amazon. And actually, all of the, like, all of the tactics used against Amazon employees, a lot of that started after he left. That's like the new administration over there, the new board leadership. Bezos is making so much money. I don't think he really cared about efficiency that much. But those guys in charge now, they don't have as much equity, so they've really got to they've got to squeeze every last fucking dollar out of it. That's how all like major corporations decline as a workplace, right? Is that the founders exit, and the founders were okay with minimal profitability because they had this is actually real. So minimal margin expansion because they had large equity stakes. But as the founders leave and new leadership takes over, they have smaller equity stakes. And so they have to become more efficient and expand margin. It's just like the PE shuffle. Yeah. So if you're an employee, technically the best place to work are companies owned by either original founders or new companies. where leadership still has large equity stakes. Like, these will be the most enjoyable places to work and the most equitable. Yeah, I mean, well, decent funding, of course, because you want to get paid every week, but I like getting Gherk explained too. It makes me feel like I'm smarter than I really am. I see. Let's open up a Silicon Valley Brazilian steakhouse and call it Equity Steaks. Why is it Brazilian? When a GE executive takes over your company, find a new job. Yeah. Do you think Bassat is angry looking at rates? Yeah, but he already played his card against Trump and got his delay, and the bill didn't pass fast enough for him to push out the issuance before Trump's tariffs go into effect. So, bad timing. Go away. Instead of 2 weeks again, Putin got 50 days. He needs more time because things are slower in Russia because it's so cold. Where would I enter? I mean, a little bit of risk going sell side today, but I don't know. I don't like how negative gamma's getting above VN, but under VN, I might consider selling some puts. I sold calls this morning. Those are doing fine. uh, I do have fun. I'm in a better mood today. Did you guys notice that? Maybe my hormones are bouncing back. I wonder if I have some serotonin. Since you guys watch me all day every day, can you let me know when I seem depressed? Sounds like someone bought puts at the top. Yeah, but I'm happy about it. That's the difference. No, no. I didn't get any sleep or what Nitu's implying. I figured you just get burned out by everything. No, 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 no. I was taking like some first generation like corticosteroid that's super strong. And it just it got rid of all my happy chemicals. And then my doctor was like, I can't believe you haven't thrown yourself off a building. And I was like, well, my windows don't open all the way, so. I'm not soft quitting. I'm mentally preparing myself for what's gonna come after we start advertising Gamma Strike. Juice and Roid? No. They're allergy medications. They're not like the good kind of steroids. Or, well, the bad kind. They're not performance enhancing. They're designed to suppress your immune system. And sometimes just everything else. When release, after quality of life fixes, we have a couple more features that are getting rolled out, and then yeah. So we're thinking like about a month from now. Hopefully. We got quite the release schedule planned for you guys though. Speaking of which, do the beta guys have the new volatility pages yet? Or does everybody have the new volatility? Beta has them, right? But does everybody have them? We need to get those pushed out. Just beta? Okay. Yeah, the surfaces and stuff need to get pushed out to prod. I'll find out what's going on with that tonight. I think there was some like little thing we had to fix. When beta get Greeks by expiration? That should be out to you guys this week. I'll quit us when GS goes full public. I don't think I can. I don't know if I can go. I don't know. I don't know if after doing this I can go back to trading for an hour and then watching Netflix all morning. It would just feel less meaningful, and I wouldn't have anyone to make fun of because I'm pretty good at trading. So it's like, No, not specifically. Thanks, number one. What's a job fair? What about the people who bought Gamma Strike before it went live? What about them? That boosted my ego. It's okay, Brett's here now. He's gonna spend $1 and take over. Hey, 50. Look at that. Remember when I said Vega neutral? This is where I'm gonna close my puts. Both the ones I opened yesterday and today. Thanks for the care you mentioned during the weekend. Yeah, absolutely. Smugs? So thick. It's 2 C's, halitosis. Too bad Vega Neutral is $110 higher than when I bought my original VN puts. Because you shouldn't have bought VN puts. Me and you have repeatedly talked about this. From April all the way through May, you were like, I buy calls now, we're above gamma neutral. And then when we were furthest above gamma neutral, you decided to buy puts. And this is why you're not a pigeon whale. I'm up $26 on 60 KRE puts. Let's fucking go. Cobra's been shamed. I can live for the day. Trump, Indonesia will pay 19 PCT tariff, and we will pay nothing. Thanks, number two. Ooh, this is gonna become a thing now, just so you guys know. Okay, now I can't leave. How much theta do you get for your straddles? Finally have a port that I can afford it. Um, Volatility in this range, like 3 to 5 DTE generally. But that, like, towards the end of the week, I might add a couple days to expiry, so I can get liquidity in the Friday contract. So, like if it's like Thursday, right, and I'm looking to pick up a straddle for the next week, I'm probably not going to get the Wednesday. I'll probably get the Friday. Just because the spreads here are going to be tighter. I don't want to lose like 20% on the spread, so. Why wasn't that a thing yesterday? I just decided to start doing it today. Are you still gonna stream after Gamma Strike is fully up and running? Who the fuck else is gonna sit here and explain it to everybody all day, every day? Me. It's gonna be, yeah, me. No one else wants to do this shit. I've asked. Sorry, slot machine. You might not be qualified. This is your life. Yeah, well, a little bit. It's gonna be me. This is great. Walked outside because I was feeling anxious. Came back in. I'm up $500. Thanks, man. Nice, dude. I have Gamma Strike, but I just paw at the screen. Use it. Use it in novel ways. Think about the data and what it means. There are, like last night, there's so many fucking potential plays that you can use this data to find. And for everything. Like you want flat stocks, up stocks, down stocks, not up stocks, not down stocks. It's all possible. Honestly, Greg understands the dumb trader so well, even though he's so removed from it himself. Guys, being bad traders isn't funny anymore. Work on trading psychology. Yeah, no, you guys should. The problem here's the problem with working on trading psychology. One, most people are really bad at changing their own, psychological response to things. And then two, the books and advice that are out there on trading psychology fucking suck. The best approach that I have ever seen implemented by anyone in order to defeat the gremlins of your own mind is just to have a plan and not deviate from that plan. Like if your boss handed you like a fucking flow chart of what your job is every day, you're going to go into work and you're going to do that job every day, right? And you're going to do it per that flow chart. And you should be doing the same thing with trading. Entry, risk, take profit, set it all up, follow it. It doesn't matter if you want more money. It doesn't matter, if you had a bad entry, right? Like as long as you maintain a strict risk profile and a slightly profitable edge, you will make money over time. And believe me, when you're in an institution and they're hiring just fucking anybody to be a trader, right? It's not because those people are talented at trading. They're pulling those people in and they're giving them a set plan of what to do over and over and over again. And that's what they go do. And those traders, as inexperienced as they are, fucking fresh out of their internship, you know, Nepo baby, like top 10 university grads with C averages, they're just going in there and they're doing what they're told on a strategy that has a higher than 50% win rate, and they're making money for the firm. And then at 5 o'clock, they go home, and they come in and they do that every day. They're just bodies, and you just need to be that. That's the minimum requirement. To be better than that, you have to be able to build the trades that you use. I've given you guys so many plans, AJ. I don't have a strategy that has a 50+% win rate. I'm pretty sure that just buying a call at resistance with a stop has a greater than 50% win rate. And yet I keep losing. Are you losing? Wait, are you losing on the risk management side, or are you losing because your edge is so bad? Like, if your risk management is good, you can pad a lot of your win rate, right? So if you have like a 50% win rate, but your risk management is very tight, so you're reducing risk, you know, positional risk to like maybe a 10% minimum, you can still be profitable on this. As long as your returns are, you know, 21% or greater. You don't need to have a positive win rate if you have good risk management. You could have a slightly less than positive win rate with better returns on your wins. It's not hard to get better than 50% though. I mean, if I can do like 98%, I think you guys could probably find like 60. That's revenge trading is a deviation from your plan. Overholding is a deviation from your plan. All of this is really very simply solved by just having a plan for your trades and sticking to it. You're your own worst enemy. So whatever you think, just remember that you're probably an idiot and don't listen to yourself. If an idiot told you something on the internet, would you listen to them? No. Yes, but not being a psychopath makes it hard. I'm not a psychopath. Look, it was a good idea at the time. No, it wasn't. And in hindsight, you know that. I don't have sociopathic tendencies either. I just have a hard time imagining an emphatic response. Carry is paying off, and my wolf CCs are paying off. Good. It is hard to stay over VN. We went over it before, fell back into it. We're falling back into it now. It's not like we're over VN for like a month. We did close below it the other day, like 4 days ago or something. We never used to go over it though, right? No, we have. Usually intraday, but the market dynamics are different. This is like a very narrow rally on very short dated vol selling. Most of what keeps us over VN in the intraday is like very heavily sold 0 DTE puts. But the mechanics of Vega neutral don't change. I mean, the market maker being positively exposed to Vega is going to reduce the amount that they buy the dip. And as the support of Gamma falls away, then the market maker sell-offs are going to become more and more impactful. And that's what we're seeing now. As Gamma neutral rises closer to VN, the padding of positive Gamma, this is more like this. The padding of positive Gamma is reducing. And when the concavity of the market maker's exposure becomes great enough that it is no longer supported by the positive gamma, then the market maker is going to dump delta until their position is neutral. So, I mean, it's a waiting game. But, I mean, it's not like Gamma Max, right? Gamma Max held up. You know, Gamma Max is just like, there's no more fucking gamma on the chain. Like, that's actually a resistance. Vega neutral is simply the difference between the MM being positively or negatively exposed to changes in volatility. Percent change in volatility it affects the market maker's hedge on the dollar basis. And then, volatility itself is kind of esoteric in regards to like the SPX, because you can't hedge Vega with Delta. Right? Vega is a first order derivative like Delta. So there is no direct Delta to Vega hedge. There is just Vega, and you can hedge some of it with Delta, but the extremes of it cannot really be hedged well, with not equitably. And so, market makers have to turn to like over-the-counter products like variance swaps and volatility swaps in order to get like pure volatility exposure separated from the underlying component. I woke up at noon. I've already made $175, and that's a good time to also stop for those of you that have a lot of potential to go on tilt. It's good to just make some money and walk away. Because that's going to increase your confidence. It's going to, and when your confidence is up, you're more likely to stick to your plan for trading. Right? So, I mean, here's something I do, right? At the start of every trading session, I kind of like run through like a checklist, and that kind of like of positions I need to manage, what I need to do for the day, support and resistance levels, a lot of the things that I put in Pickles picks, right? But also just like, am I good to trade? Like I'll play like little FPS games sometimes or something like that, just to like kind of wake myself up. I make sure that I'm like caffeinated, like there should be like some ideas, yourself better than I do, but I think you have a pretty good idea of like if you're mentally alert or not. And if you're not mentally alert, then maybe avoid trading that day. If you're not like make sure you're in the groove. Like have some sort of ritual or prep, that gets you there. And figure out some way to test that. Maybe start the day with a paper trade, and if the paper trade goes well and you manage it properly, then you can maybe then move on to your regular trade, right? I've definitely seen you roll in here half dead and you still kill it. I'm not. Part of my trading day is also on my commute home, which, if you're stuck in traffic, fine, but that's tough. You're already in a scenario where you're distracted, you know? You've got additional risk because you're using mobile networks. There's 100 different ways to do it. I know guys who get up and they jog for 30 minutes before even looking at the market. Or, they have cups of coffee, or they, go outside and stare off into space, or they meditate, or whatever you've got to do. Flama, regrets the worst thing, man. Just if you're gonna keep doing this, get over it. Figure out what you did wrong, what you're gonna change, and then make sure that you implement that the next time that you trade. But don't look backwards. There's nothing there. You can't change that. You can lament it forever, but all it's gonna do is make you make bad decisions again in the future. Because you're like, oh man, I didn't do this last time, and it's gonna fuck me again. So just try to use it to better plan for the next time that you do. You're making me want to move back to New York City. Why wouldn't you want that? I feel like you'd probably get paid more here, right? No? Maybe. Never look back. Kirk from his mountain of money 2025. I'm just cutting out SPX SPY day trading. That's my downfall, and I realize I'm just getting addicted to gambling. No use for GS Live, or I'll hang myself. Okay, well, don't do that. And yeah, if you've identified a problem with intraday trading, don't do it. Give yourself more time, more theta. There's far less stressful ways to approach this shit than just trading, intraday SPX. This should be in addition to. You know what? I think we're gonna do. Yeah, I think we're gonna do a new thing. We're gonna do a new thing over on WeBull. We're going to sell vol in the most boring way possible. Yep. No, we're gonna do it. People still clearly need to learn how to create an income that funds degeneracy and stop eating into their actual income with their degeneracy. So, back to income stuff. You motherfuckers. Just tell them to paper trade straddles so they can learn how to use intraday tools. I've told them that. They don't want to. They want to just buy the straddle on a shittier instrument because they can't afford the good one. Yeah, no, I'm going to try to do it in the cheapest way possible. I'm thinking maybe half a port, maybe one port. Brett. Yeah, no, we won't. I'll do it without margin. Ooh, that's even slower. God, ouch. Okay, fine. What does one port mean? 1K? That's the standard measurement. No, no, do it with margin. Well, yeah, maybe we'll get to $25,000 and then we can no, do credit spreads. Okay, fine. 500 to 2500, no margin. Then margin from there on out. You son of a bitch, I'm in. Thank you, number one. Appreciated. Ooh, I don't like how this incentivizes giving more money to YouTube. Hmm. How do you sell vol without margin? You'll see. I hate you? Why? What's wrong, number two? Come up with your own ranking system. I already have one of those. Me, quants, pigeon whales, dillionaires, pores. Canadians. Yeah. Well, AJ, you know. Mostly just AJ. The rest of the Canadians, somewhere between poor and billionaire. Yukon Cornelius, same level as the billionaires. AJ's Canadian? Of course he is. Thank you for meeting us where we truly are. The idea of learning to do steady, boring option selling to fund degen plays, you will be remembered as the enlightener of the regards. I hate everything about it, hamburger helper, but yes, ideally. He's a newfie? It's worse. I'm smart with my money. I made $64 today off multiple drops, and I'm going to keep that money for at least checks when the market opens back up some amount of time. Sorry if you answered this already. Is 6250 a solid support for today? Yeah, it's decent. I mean, technically we could slip it and continue down to maybe like 45 or 40, but difficult. And we're already kind of bouncing back a bit here. I kind of hope not, because I sold some 45-40 spreads. They weren't worth much. The dream of becoming a billionaire is coming back alive. Yay! I will not change for anyone. I know. I don't want you to, Cobra. Except become a pigeon whale or I'm banning you from Gamma Strike. And I'm gonna tell your girlfriend you're a degenerate gambler. I started selling 50-45 put spreads at 53 and kept adding. Time to scale out of at least a couple. Yeah, a little bounce. Vol down. I sold 0DT 250 put at VN a bit earlier. Up on that. Also sold a 6230 put for Monday. Fingers crossed. Ooh, that's fucking dangerous. Pre-PPI and SLD? ASTS hit 50, Gherk. Your spreads are right, or you sold them already. Those are for the prior Friday. I think I got, like, I lost, like, 15 cents on them or something. I got assigned. But they were like 45.50s for last Friday. And I think it closed at, like, 45.58. So I ended up making, like, it was, like, $23 or some shit. It wasn't good. I might sell some spreads up here at 50, though. I think they have, like, some news going on or something. It never fell back below my level to actually short it out, so... And when I write Pickles picks, please pay attention to, like, the confirmation levels. Don't just fucking enter the play at market open like a dipshit. I put confirms into the trades because that's where I confirm the trade. Like, oh, this level is breached. I am going to take this trade. Not, I'm just going to buy in it open regardless of the overnight move. Statistically, it will still work. Yeah, I know, but that's bad. Pickles picks are in the Dillionaire channels. Showed up 20 minutes late today and was bummed I missed the top of the short. Did you get any of the other shorts? Maybe? I feel like rejecting off of the Delta flip after retesting it was a pretty good one. One time you enter at market open, it'll print 500x and make up for all the previous losses. That's not the point. You guys ask me how to build the plan, and then I map it out for you, and you don't follow it. So it's like... And then you're like, ah, son of a bitch. Like Gilgamesh said, I can't do the execution for you. Yeah, a little dangerous, especially pre-PPI. If PPI came in cooler, that might be something I would consider. Hamburger. But to do it in advance of PPI seems extraordinarily greedy. Laughing with you, Rims. Laughing with you. I looked at Roblox price, I looked at their PE, and then I looked at my kids' engagement ticking up, only because it's summer, and I bought in the money puts that are 2 months out. I actually almost wrote Roblox short up as a pickles pick last night. I was going to sell calls on it, because they're massively overpriced, but in the money puts basically the same risk profile. How can you see what I'm doing? Seriously? How do you get into the conclusion that price level will work is confirmation? There's a reason that I use those price levels as confirmation with the predefined risk level. Because if the price breaches that level, there's a mechanical change in the direction of price. Momentum is likely to pick up in the direction that I am betting, right? And then I have a risk level behind that in order to halt any potential losses if that were to reverse or something. So it's all structured to manage risk and increase potential profitability. I mean, I don't know. I'm not 100% certain, right? You can't be. That's impossible. I know it sometimes seems like that, but that's just experience. It's the illusion that experience creates. Hal and Nove can definitely go lower, and I really hope they do, because I don't own any Hal currently, but I'd like to buy some, and then I would like to buy more NOV. Step 1, build our ports. Step 2, start a fund. Step 3, charge us massive management fees. Yeah. That's perfect. Can you do some psychoanalysis on me? My first trade of the day is usually my best. What does that mean? You probably bet on higher volatility moves, which benefit from open and close price action. Higher vol environments with more realized volatility, which means that you're taking like higher risk trades. Probably frequently out of the money. I would say most of that profitability is in the first 15 to 30 minutes of open, or in the last 15 to 20 minutes of the day. And those are just higher variance environments. And you know, when you're trading, higher variance can mean higher profitability and higher win rate. Like, so you're probably taking trades that aren't really that great, but you're benefiting from the higher variance. Which a lot of traders get trapped in that behavior. All over the place, you'll find traders that are like, oh, I only trade the first hour of the day. And that's because they take bad trades. I would say, yeah, on SPX, most of the highest profit trades actually occur in the middle of the day when variance is kind of low and options are cheaper, and you can get outsized returns. But that requires you taking a much better, like, you have to have a much more defined entry and idea of how price action is going to progress. Like, very frequently at market open, you could just, like, probably buy a call, and some, 40 something % of the time, that call will print. Like, you buy the spot call at open, and probably, and in above GN, probably more than 50% of the time. I killed it back when vol was up, not so much the last couple of weeks. Yeah, so a lot of, I've noticed that a lot of people in the pickle jar made money in March, April, when price was very directional and volatility was strong, and trends were very stable. And now, where we have like overnight upside moves, a lot of the pickle jar doesn't play overnight, so they miss out on the close over open variance frequently. And you'll notice the straddle guys are doing pretty good, and that's because they do have exposure to that overnight variance. And then also, like, you guys don't, a lot of you guys don't move from buy to sell environments smoothly. Like, I've had to really, like, just talk about selling options in environments like this for like the last 2 weeks before anybody really started doing it. And now I'm seeing more people in chat talk about sold calls, sold put positions, which is what everyone else is doing, right? Which crushes the variance in the intraday, and crushes realized vol. And with realized vol getting crushed, the benefit is significantly to the sell side. Because over the course of the day, price action is going to trim, like the range of price action is going to trim, with the variance being realized overnight. And then the next day, same thing, right? And this is true until you're in an environment where vol starts to go up, which is below GN. Don't get analysis paralysis when you're trading. Trading is simple. Analysis is complex. Don't confuse the two. You want to, I mean, you don't need to do analysis, but if you want to do analysis, The benefit is that you can plan future trades. Define the current environment. And create strategies that leverage your analysis. This is why you want to do analysis. Trading is defined. Risk, profit, entry. Ew. Why can't I do that with this pen? I really hate this. Hold on. Whatever. It's like a weird angle on the tablet. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Yeah. You guys ever heard this expression? KISS? Keep it simple, stupid? Yes. I need a sell side for dummies tutorial. Okay. I feel like morons would have bigger eyeballs. There we go. Where would you set the risk? I don't know, like 61.97, 62.52 and change. The intermediary strike. Close any position at 50% profit. Or stop, I guess stop at 50% profit. If range changes, exit. How would you make this work with PDT rules? This already works with PDT rules. You're on PDT. You can't trade every day. Get used to it. Yeah, you can sell the opposing spread, but you're gonna lose a significant chunk of your yield doing that. Someone clip this? I'm driving. Oh yeah, by the way, if you guys clip things, they now appear on the homepage for the channel, which is cool. You're complicating the sell side for morons theme. IBAKR counts closing a spread as two separate day trades. Be aware. Yeah, they do. So I think. Well, under PDT, right? Yeah, so I guess on IBKR you either have to box it or you have to box it to take profit, or you only get to trade one spread a week, or however many spreads you sell a week. Limit close? No, it's stop at 50. You set a stop at 50% profit. That way, if the option continues to decay into close, you can make 100% of your return on risk. You're now talking about maximizing profitability. This isn't that. This is just about consistently making profits. That would be sell side for idiots, which is a step up. What are the downsides of simulating closing a spread by boxing? You lose money. You lose total potential profits. You can't lock in 100% of your potential returns. So if your spread were to expire out of the money, and you were going to make 100%, you'll instead make less because you boxed it. So that's the downside. Slippage in returns. Oh wait, hold on. I'll take a screenshot too. So you guys. Yeah. Even the poorest can have it. Could you use the implied move on GS to help define entries? Yeah, you can. IBKR pro tip, buy your spread for tomorrow, close it when Globex reopens 4 hours and 15 minutes after close. Yeah, price can do a lot 4 hours and 15 minutes after you open your spread, especially overnight. I don't know if that's a pro tip so much as it is a take more risk on your spread tip. I think maybe the answer to that issue is find a broker that doesn't punish you for opening and closing a spread in the same session. But I mean, that's the reality of PDT is you get 3 trades. Stop trying to maximize the potential in those trades. It'll just lose you money. The purpose of PDT is to slow you down. And by trying to work against that already regulatory imposed limit, you are more likely to fuck yourself. That is true. It is 3 trades per account. And yes, there are brokerages. I won't say which ones, because I'm not entirely sure, where you can open multiple margin accounts. And move the money from one to the next. I think you have to have like 5 accounts to do this. This is ridiculous. Just take trades that are like 2 to 3 days, and you'll stop getting fucked by PDT. Or just have more money. Seems illegal. No. As long as the account has the allowable balance. And the PDT restrictions are on a per account basis. Fidelity only allows 1 margin account. I know. I've never tried to open multiple margin accounts on WeBull, but WeBull lets you have margin and cash simultaneously. So you can have margin, cash, futures. So you can go like back and forth between margin and futures, like burn up your PDT, roll the money over to futures, trade futures for a few days, back to sell side. But I mean, you don't really want that, right? Like if you want to be sell side and enjoy the benefits of increased profitability potential, then you just want to stay in your margin account and fucking deal with your PDT. It sucks, but it doesn't mean you can't make money. If you make $900 a week or whatever, I don't know. So you have $2,500, and you know, so you have $500 risk above your maintenance requirement. So you know you could probably sell up to 2 spreads at a time. Say 60% of them you have to risk off. You can still make like $500 a week. And then that increases as your total capital compounds, right? Because if you make $500 one week, then the next week you have 3,000, which means that you have 1,000 over, which means you can make 1,000 on risk, right? You keep going, right? So you can sell like 4x spreads at $250 a spread. Every and you get 3 of those. So you get three times, you know. On a 5-day rolling cycle. But it's just how you have to do it. You just have to. It's a bitch to beat PDT. Also, do you really think that there's that many good trades? Do you think there's so many good trades that you're not going to be able to trade them all with an imposed limit? I feel like PDT might be good for a lot of you as just a like a self-imposed suppression on your desire to overtrade. Yeah, KRE is printing. Thanks for the heads up on KRE. You got it, man. What a butterfly. My butterflies always fail. I don't know. You're bad at picking the closing price. We've been sitting near 65 most of the day, and I know we won't close there. No, we're far more likely to close at like 75 or 60. But, I mean, right now, the range is any price in between those two, I would say. The highest probability range for where we would close is going to be somewhere between 60 and 75. I don't know where you're selling your butterfly. Why are you selling them so early? Butterflies are really good when you expect price to mean revert back to back to the range with the like best volume distribution, I guess. So you're like, if you think about price by volume, right? You're betting that like with a butterfly, you're generally betting at the top or low end that price is going to close here in the middle. I mean, you can bet the price will close up or down with butterflies too, but I mean, generally, most people are opening butterflies for that purpose. I actually think it's far better to sell butterflies with the assumption that price is going to move directionally into close. So with exposure here or here versus trying to bet on exposure in the middle. Because when you're in the middle of like the distribution for the intraday, right? Everybody's motivated to have their positioning in the money on both sides. And so it's more likely to close to the upside or downside of that like median point than it is to close at that median point. And so maybe what you're doing wrong is you're always betting that it's going to close in the median range and not just outside of that range where the market maker is probably most profitable. Like, if we know the market maker is 0 at, what is that, like 62, 64? 0 exposure. Like, that's not the best point for the market maker to close, though. Like, there's actually, like 62... Well, I would say based on the positioning right now, like 62, 67, or like 62, 62 are far more likely closing prices. And if you sold a butterfly at the 65, this would be like shit profitability. But if you were exposed to like 60 or 70, your profitability would be far greater on either of these two closes. I'll sell like a call credit, we move down, I buy the debit. So you're legging into butterflies. Maybe they just need to be wider. Have you thought about that? Like, instead of 5 wide, what about like 10 or 15? People get really hung up on selling 5 wide spreads. I don't know why. I mean, they minimize risk, but it's a butterfly. So, especially if you're legging into one, it could be far more beneficial to, because, yeah, hold on. Like, you know, if you're say you want to bet on the upside close at like 75, right? If you're 10 wide, you get all closing prices. Dude, Jesus, that's fucking laggy. Hold on. If you're 10 wide, you get all closing prices between 62.67 and 62.82. But if you're only 5 wide, you're just 70 to 79, which is far more narrow. For what's the oop. Like, I don't know. I'll just lock this in and show you. How you scale? Sell further out of the money. Like, maintain your risk parameter, but continue to... So, like, you know, on an upside test, where are we? Like 65. So, say you were to, don't do this, please, because this is a dangerous level to sell spreads at. But say you were to sell the spread here. Sorry. But then, you know, if you want to scale that up, you could also sell like the 85 spread, or 80-85 at the same time, but maybe you do like 2 of the... Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe you do like 2 of those. Right. Or you sell this wider, so you sell 280-90, and then the 65-70, right? And then like, you know, you can then, you know, leverage those like 2 to 1, right? So if you sell 3 spreads here, you're selling 6 spreads out here. And then like your risk profile remains relatively the same. You slightly improve the risk on your 65-70s, but you pick up additional credit here, right? And then, so what you can do is, you know, you would still close everything at the same risk level. So if like, um, 65, 67 is, or 60, like 65, 67 or 65, 68 is like your risk level, then you would, you know, you would close everything there. Or you could, you know, I don't know, I guess you could do like this too. You could close everything on that, right? Or, you know, you can 85 there, something like that. That way you can hold a little bit more into risk to account for time of day. But then like close everything at like 72, which would be about a 20% loss. Well, it wouldn't be a 20% loss this early in the day, but as the day progresses, it would become less of a loss. Yeah, but then you have a 20% loss, I think, out until, yeah, 60 to 75 ish. This keeps changing the pricing. Hold on. Yeah, so about 22% loss out to there, right? And so, you know, if it continues up past your risk level, you can close and, you know, you'll have slightly less than 72% loss. Or you can, you know, accept this risk out to 75 and then you close the whole position at 75%. But like your upside risk is going to reduce as time passes, which is good because you want more time in your spread to confirm your levels. See? But basically, yeah, you want to maintain your risk profile that you followed all along. I don't know what yours is, right? But it's been successful. You want to maintain that risk profile while increasing leverage, and and you want to do it very steadily. You don't want to go overboard. Sometimes it's even better to, and then some strategies don't scale well, so you have to account for that. I mean, selling spreads is definitely something where you start to hit that pennies in front of a steamroller limit where you're starting to take on more risk than your returns are worth. And then you need to rethink your strategy, or you need to start, you know, using the funds from the strategy that you're already using that is already successful without scaling that up further, and start using a different strategy that scales better, or, you know, a different strategy. You can have multiple strategies being being done at the same time. I generally structure things, you know, like near, mid, and long term, for trades, you know, and that's going to be like within 10 days, within 30 days, within like 60 days, out to 90. So like 10, you know, 0 DT out to 10 days short term, 10 out to 30 medium, you know, and then I have trades that I'm doing within each of those time frames. The longer ones obviously require less management. They tend to be a bit more scalable. Shorter term trades a little less scalable, but, you know, more actively managed. What do you think of the downside gap at 57? We could fall back and fill it. I mean, we've got a big pile of resistance here at 70. Not that we can't push up into 70, 75. We could, but there is some resistance. What if the strategy is slamming the ask? Ew. I mean, you can make it's just not going to work every time. It's just like short-term returns, high risk, high reward. But that's not a good way to maintain consistent profitability. Not that there aren't opportunities to do that. There are. It's just like bad. Over time, you'll lose more often. Can they squeeze up beyond 70? Yeah, we could push out to like 75, 80. Could. It's hard. It gets harder. The further we push up from here, the harder it gets to move up. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that Trump was now blaming Biden for Epstein. Does I wonder if that's gonna work. Obama and Clinton? Not Biden. It's not Biden's fault. He's the president of the United States. Who can you trust if not him? Literally anyone else. I feel like I would trust a crackhead who drew a knife on me more than I trust Trump. I mean, I don't know, to me, all he's doing is just shouting really, really loudly, I'm on that list. Like every time he says something about it, that's all I hear. I'm at the top of that list. Like this is Obama and Clinton's fault. This is Biden's fault. Tells me this is like he's just saying this is my fault. I'm on that list. I'm at the top of that list. It needs to go away. No, they wouldn't have. They didn't even put him in fucking jail. What makes you think that the Democrats are competent? So now I love how when the Democrats do something evil, they're super competent, this like sophisticated cabal of conspirators. But anytime they do anything else, complete idiots, right? They didn't try to assassinate him. Those were fucking MAGA people. Those were MAGA people who probably thought he was on the fucking Epstein list. Shockingly, not a lot of Democrats with big piles of guns in their house. Weather controllers. You know what it must have been? It must have been Antifa, Sinbad. God, you guys are coping harder than Super Stock. MAGA assassins? What if they're just Trump's assassins that he hired to try to assassinate him? What if it was just completely fucking fake, which is what it looked like to everybody else? You stop it. I love how Biden can't sign documents or run the government because he's mentally disabled, but somehow he's curating this fucking conspiracy list of, Trump's pedophilia. No, I'm not saying. I don't think the marksman hit the ear. I think Trump just cut his ear with a fucking razor blade. You know when they like when you were like a little kid and they gave you the blood test where you had the little needle and they poked the tip of your finger? He just had one of those, just pop. He went to fucking Claire's and like just pulled the scab off. I don't know. All of them more realistic than what happened. Sinbad, this one's for you. Oh wait, nope, that's the wrong one. You know what I've realized about all the panicans leaving the Discord? Is they're a bunch of fucking snowflakes. So I can't deal with having my political ideology attacked. Wah. What about that time Obama did a thing? Who gives a fuck? I'm gonna do this all day. I am in a good mood. Yeah, but part of believing in the market and being team money is being able to call either side out on their absolute bullshit. Biden was full of shit, Trump's full of shit. They're all cut from the same fucking shitty cloth. Trump's might be a little shittier, but if you can't do both, if you can't attack both equally, then your analysis is forever biased. And right now, this is bullshit, right? Like everyone knows it. You can say whatever you want. You can make up shit about how like, oh yeah, Obama totally made up the Epstein lists, even though Epstein was not only arrested and the lists were first announced while fucking Trump was president, but Epstein also killed himself while fucking Trump was president. Then they released a fucking edited video about of a film of a fucking door. Like they couldn't even cobble together a fake fucking video. This is how badly, and what? They're covering it up so badly, they must be telling the truth. What if they're just fucking incompetent like they are in every other regard? I spent 4 years making fun of Biden. You can go look. I mean, there was less to attack. He was just kind of doing the job of president, and everybody in Congress kept showing off his son's dick. But I mean, it's just like, yeah, Hanlon's razor. Occam's too, right? The simplest answer is probably just the truth. Now Bondi's incompetent, but she was so great when she was falsely creating evidence against legal US citizens in order to deport them. Do you see how you're flip-flopping there a little bit? You know? Oh, she's so great. Oh, you're just picking on her because she's a woman, not because she's an evil bitch. What? Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, they're all terrible. Matt Getz is also a pedophile. That's why he quit. He got charged with being a pedophile and then was like, I'm out. He wasn't even he didn't even try to lie. He was just like, "Yep, got me. I'm going to try to disappear before I get convicted." I can't wait to get deported. Thanks XV8. Are they trying to push higher here? Always. But running into resistance. Thanks, Gorilla Mode. To be in trading means you don't pick a political side, correct? Only the money side. Yeah. Rosie O'Donnell used to come into the restaurant I worked at when I was in college, and she's a terrible person. But who cares? Like, I don't care about her. Nobody cares about it. It's so irrelevant. And yes, she lives in Ireland, so who gives a shit about deporting her? I could buy a house for 500K that could be like my forever home, or 500K in a 2-bedroom condo in a beach town that could generate 50K annually. Should I buy the condo and live in it, then just save up again for a new house? Yeah, but how much is it going to cost you in taxes? Hold on. You're saying 50K annually. That assumes A, someone wants to rent your condo. B, you're renting your condo at a market rate. And then you also have your mortgage payment on the condo. You have any repairs that need to be done to the condo. You have HOA fees and taxes. So what's your actual profit margin minus all those things? And then time, whatever time you need to take out of your day to manage it, or whatever fees you need to pay to a management company in order for them to do it on your behalf. What's up, Seaweed? He's gonna Airbnb it? That's even harder, because you're just changing tenants every day. If there's one thing I know about Gherkin, the less he's talking about the market, the more profit he realized. Fucking Chad. Oh, it's that much. I saw Carl got you. Just for a minute. Fair points. 50K is from last year's worth of renting between May and September in New Jersey. No HOA. Cleaning estimates are probably higher companies, so fair, but I would live in it for 2 to 3 years. At what rate? What's the cost of finance? Are you paying cash? Revenue condos in my market are 7.5 to 8% before taxes, so probably about 5%. See, I mean, like if you have cash and you don't need the leverage granted by credit, then there's like a very valid reason for looking into something like dividends or bonds versus real estate. If there's a market downturn, bond prices generally improve. Not maybe not U.S. bonds, but that's another issue. Did Biden sign the Epstein list with his auto pen? No, I seriously wonder if this is the moment that breaks the cognitive dissonance. It's gotta break the cognitive dissonance for some, right? What's up? Can we take a quick second to talk about positioning? We ran into resistance at 70, where I said we would run into resistance. What do you want? There's some bot puts at 65. We might fall back into them. There's support at 60 and 55, and then upside resistance at 70, 75. I think you're underestimating the cognitive dissonance. There's degrees of it, right? It's like a spectrum. It's just insane this is what it took for him to start losing support. He lost support in his first round of presidency pretty quickly, too. Is there any interest out at 5,300 for tomorrow? 6,300 for tomorrow? Yeah. There's interest out at 6,300 into the end of the week. How's Charm? Probably slightly positive here. Just barely. Yeah, where Delta turns positive largely, so does Charm. Not always, but usually. So Charm's the effect of Charm right now pretty flat though. And just if anybody wants to question the reality of the Epstein list, you can find both all of the trial documents and verified court documents online, as long as testimony about Epstein and Trump sexually assaulting a 13-year-old, along with the video testimony of that person who was sexually assaulted. Anyway. Rasmussen, chief pollster, independent Trump approval, -19 today. Ouch. Nothing upsets Trump like people not liking him. His relationship with Epstein is well documented. Those links are on Reddit, yeah. You can also find, the Mercury News article about Trump's and Epstein becoming nightlife musketeers with Tom Barrack in 1987. NBC put footage of them partying with 28 cheerleaders at Mar-a-Lago in 1992. Flight logs from 1993 through 1997 that show that Trump flew on Epstein's planes over 7 times. I'm going to change usernames as I'm homebound now, and we'll be splurring unasked opinions. Just saying, stop trying to mask what's, like, very obvious. Better tone down all those facts. I'll have you know, Trump declared he barely knew the guy. Obama forced him on those plans. They even use the same fucking lawyers. I mean, Jesus Christ. Alan Dershowitz was Epstein's plea deal lawyer in 2008 and Trump's 2020 impeachment lawyer. And then Ken Starr was Epstein's lawyer and also Trump's impeachment lawyer. I'm not gonna lie, I may or may not be, but most certainly am day drunk. You'll be streaming from your new place after you get deported. Why? For reiterating facts? Someone's gotta say something. Not that I have a very big audience, but... No, I definitely don't have too much money to get deported. They won't deport him. They'll hire him. I wouldn't work for them. Regional banks are reporting earnings all throughout the week. Counterpoint, why would Jesus send someone to save us with that type of sketchy history? What if the evangelical Christians support Trump because they think he's the Antichrist? They've already got Israel locked down. They only need like 2 more pieces for them to ascend to heaven without the rest of us. I still think 60 to 75 for still thinking 60 to 75 for close. Probably narrower now. Now we're kind of pinned between 60 70. The outer edges of that could squeeze with enough pressure, but I'm not seeing a lot of pressure. Put premiums are coming up a little bit. Yeah, getting some puts bought back at the 60 strike, looks like. Calls sold 65.70. Quite a few of them. But that's gonna flip flop back and forth. Right now, call selling at spot, put buying at spot and below spot. So down for now, a little bit. Trump goes live on energy soon. Renovation of steel mills into AI data centers. Is Trump in Pennsylvania for AI? No, he's trying to hide in the woods. He's figured out that the Amish, being the only people that don't watch the news, don't hate him yet. And so he has retreated back to his last bastion of support. Approval rating amongst the Amish, not negative 19. Because they're either in the money or out of the money, based on the weighting of their put call ratio. So here, look at it. Look at it like this. I clicked the wrong button. Remember, we were assuming the knave, right? So puts bought, calls sold. Gherkin back to number one, and I didn't even donate. It's very interesting, number one. You just didn't shut up. That's yeah, it's an ambitious number one super fan. I don't even know who number two is now. Oh, it's Anonymous. Anonymous is number two. It assumes that like anybody buying the underlying participants are short call options, and so dealers are long calls. And then they are long puts and dealers are short puts. That's not actually the case on the index, but that's the assumption being made. So near the money, dealers are likely to be long gamma. So dealers short delta, long gamma on puts, long delta, long gamma on calls. So it provides the first order approximation of how dealers might hedge. Hence naive assumption, because it's kind of just like a mental model. Did you already talk about Tesla? Talked about it earlier. Yeah. Looked like under 15 might have been bear signal. Supports down at 300. It's days like today where you drop so much knowledge that I'm grateful that you still put up with all of our inane questions. I'll be rewatching today's VOD and taking notes. Thanks for all you do. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Oh, looking at net, usually it's smooth throughout the day, but it seems more erratic. Well, I mean, Delta. Delta is more sensitive to small moves at the money, but it's like non-linear and deep in the money, out of the money, right? So the wings, the non-linear wings of Delta are represent convexity in the dealer hedge. So if you look at like spot IV, right, and you consider that like IV at spot right now is like 11.7, right? But out of the money, that goes up very rapidly, right? So, um, as IV increases and decreases from the at the money inflection points, P&L across the market maker's book accelerates. And that's the concavity and convexity in the Vega hedge. So if IV spikes on a large move in price, dealers profit on the volatility of volatility. There is no one else. Thank you, number one. Sorry. There's support at 60. And then you have to start overlaying those, right? Like you're thinking about Delta and Gamma and Vega, right? So, long Gamma prefers like price action to be choppy. And it acts as like it smothers volatility. And then long Vega benefits from volatility expansion, especially if it's rapid volatility expansion. So in mean reverting conditions, you would probably assume that Vega exposure is going to decay over the course of the day without a lot of Vega being hedged. However, that means that spikes in volatility are going to create a more rapid risk realization because the the compounded convexity of both has led to unhedged positioning if there is a shock to realized vol. The 75C are cheap because they're being sold. So the 65C also being sold. Not as aggressively, but still being sold. Bot puts at 60 and 55. So some of the short puts actually pulling back all the way down to like 62.45. So there's a good chance that if support isn't established here at 60, we could continue further down. Maybe out to like 50 or 45. Because remember that shock as volatility rises, right? So if we're assuming that Vega's not really being hedged here, but Vega needs to be hedged here, and because the is positively exposed to Vega, then we know that a downside move from this point can be very rapid because the is going to shed delta in order to modify their exposure to increases in implied volatility. Meanwhile, we are negative gamma, so the market maker will also be selling delta on the downtick. What we're talking about, I'm trying to tell you about how to, you've got to kind of layer all of these things. That was a complicated answer to win down. No, that was the correct answer. It's how to think about the expected move. So like a failure here, I'm shorting, expecting a test at like 62.50 because I know that there's going to be volatility expansion, which is unhedged. I know that the dealer is going to be selling delta, right? And so I'm going to assume that momentum is going to cascade till exposure runs out, which is at 62.50 to 45. Right. So this is how I'm trying to teach you how to analyze the expected move with the data that you have. Or well, I should say the data we're providing. See how it's accelerating? Volume's going to increase because now the dealer's going to turn to MES and ES to dump that positive delta exposure. And then the highest point in volume will be when the dealer hedge no longer has any more room to the downside. Glad to see you're feeling better. Thanks, Utah. Also, Epstein's not off himself. We know, we get it. Is this in the docs? No. This is about trading. The docs are informative. This is more. This is the docs are like a textbook. This is like being in the shit. I mean, I don't know, actually, Brett. That's a good question. We've talked about it a little bit. Yeah, back when it was just a little negative exposure at zero, I bought calls targeting the peak in gamma, but then the positive delta switched negative, so I bought puts targeting 62.40 instead. Okay. I mean, you've got the right idea. I'm just trying to add a little bit more understanding to it. Fine, I just used your little talk to scalp $100 on that move in 15 seconds. You win! Are you happy? One more month of Pigeon Whale, Dave. One more month of Pigeon Whale. Or is this just Gherk being right? Same thing. Dude, I'm fucking up today, bad. What's going on, man? You going long at the top? You might be onto something. I've been pair trading for about 45 minutes and crushing it. 75.80 bear spread for 718. 65p for SLD. Okay, interesting. I don't hate that. A little low. I mean, I'd probably want bear spreads out above 6,300 given where the all-time high is. But I mean, if you weren't around this morning, then I guess that's the best you get. You know I'll forget to unsub. You know I'll still be here for when you do. Forget. From what time to what time was Gherk really teaching today? I turned in super late, missed my education. Literally the whole fucking day. I mean, just look for me writing shit on the screen. I've had a lot of energy today. I don't know why. Feels good. Gherk, GS in your teaching is great, but I think what we really want is PRU to just start a fund already, so I can expect 45,000% returns on my $15 my wife doesn't know about. I'm not on any meds. I just quit taking the allergy medication. I think things are normalizing a little bit. I don't have any new stuff. Not yet. I gotta get in touch with Dave and find out what peptides to order. Oh shit, Brett, thank you so much. One day I'll be able to afford Pigeon Whale. Really need to be smart with my money to get there. Yes, Brett. Yes. Exactly. Also, good job locking in number one for the day. Are you getting on the peptide train? Your skin's gonna melt off. No, I just want to take like the next generation of weight loss drugs that's not approved by the FDA. I'm sorry. I mean, I want to test it for laboratory purposes. This is a whole new revenue stream for you. 65% of YouTube's gamified chat. Oh no, I think super chats I get like 45%. That's why I have the Ko-Fi. No FDA approval required. Hard pass. I mean, do we really trust the FDA to approve things anymore? They're trying to get rid of fluoride. They'd be like, fluoride's a neurotoxin. So's oxygen, asshole. Ko-Fi has a ranking. I don't remember who's at the top of it. Currently, it's Dork. And then Tom Tom. And then number 3 is, well, I don't want to say their name, but it's on there. Steve. Someone named Steve. I don't know if it's walking. Why would I donate myself money? Wait, hold on. Are my donations untaxed now? Because of the big, beautiful bill? I'm gonna donate myself all my trading gains. Rich getting richer. That was the point, right? That was just about perfect. Yeah, any failure here, we could fall back to 50. Just FYI. So the tips aren't taxed until like 2028, but the tax cuts for the rich are forever. Oh shit, there's an hour left. I forgot about the time change. Wait, what? What time change? Fuck? Oh, because you're in Idaho. Never mind. Phew. I need to shitpost more on Twitter. I'm worried that I'm gonna burn out my little tiny reserve of serotonin all in one day. So is everyone else. Good. Fucking, they're all guilty. Put them in jail. Right? All of them. Release the list. Put them all in jail. Yeah, they're kitty diddlers. Put them in jail where they belong. Also, I'm never going to forget that you just admitted that Trump was on the Epstein list. Traitor. Panicking. How could you? If we slip VNs, do we have some room to go down? A little. Mostly on the uptick in vol, but I feel like put sellers will come in pretty quickly if we do. Remember that the MM will become supportive as their hedge becomes more convex below VN. And so they would start buying the dip more aggressively. Paid opposition. Why does nobody ever pay me to oppose things? I hate everything. I'd be the perfect spokesman. I could oppose GME, AMC, Trump, you name it. They can never get paid to shill. It's the worst. Thanks, Brett. Welcome to Cornichon, nobody. Oh, there we go. Oh, Refix coming back to Pigeon Whale with $5 off. What if you believe the shill, though? Then it's a labor of love. It always is. Always has been. Missed? Who are you trying to hit? Why would I be your vice president? I'm not gonna sit in your presidential cuck chair. Fuck you. You could be my vice president. No, you can't. That's gonna be Torque. I need somebody who supports third-party causes. Because I don't know what they are. The Trump Energy Summit just played Gloria, and old men almost imperceptibly nodded their heads to it. Alan with an A. Welcome to Cornichon. Brett, thank you so much, man. Hmm. Suspicious. Oh, Bob left Dillionaire? But he's still here? What the fuck, Bob? Stop giving me money, Ann. It's okay. Brett doesn't need to pay his divorce lawyer. She took me back after I told her I made $65 today. Nice. I should start a separate Discord for all of your wives and teach them how to limit your access to the bank accounts. Like a financial responsibility Discord for wives of degenerates. Well, just kidding. She'll never have me back. Her loss. Am I right? Yeah. You said you would do that 3 years ago and never did. I didn't think about it again. I appreciate that one exasperating comment of mine berating the her we lose money because we're inept led to an excellent discussion that we can all learn from. Touch his hips, kiss his lips. Love you, Quark. Thanks, Manga Man. Very interesting. I haven't heard that phrase in a long time. Girl with a stash. Do you date females with stashes? I don't think so. The fuck? Is that rims? I think it is, yeah. Die, Tesla, die. How do you feel about Buffalo? You. You give yourself away by typing in all caps. Who? Rems? Oh, yeah, he does. Who remembers us laughing at that guy that said we put Greg on a pedal stool? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Are we talking Burt Reynolds, McPoyle's sister, or incels don't know women have body hair levels of mustache? I don't know, actually. It's a good question. It's probably good to define the. You win this round. I see you. You're still not a pigeon whale, you son of a bitch. No more plays for you. Guys, don't tell Rims any of the plays. Just send him pictures of different colored loafers in the poor chat. That was Surface Smurf, and he tried his best not to let us forget either. He still comes in here and complains. He's back! Wait, back at what? Hold on. Why didn't I see you rejoin? The fuck is going on? Wait, no, you're just a Cornichon, you son of a bitch. Don't ignore me. I want a song. What song do you want? Bear song? It's up to Brett. Ah, okay. Hold on. I can find those. Oh shit, what did I do? Oh. Sorry.
I knew it was coming yesterday. Like I could feel it in the air. Remember when I said it would get really spicy after we crossed $10? I mean, it looks pretty good. Did you guys see those charts I posted? It's like
Still bot bets
that I said are
55, 60.
I mean, I can say this much.
Still support at 50, 45.
We've got options.
Not much changing here. Charm's a little bit negative. Although I'm not sure it's negative enough that it's really pressuring the downside. But if we fall back under 55, it will be a bit.
We've got lots of European butters. We've got cocktail weenies. Hester and Maya. We've got everything. We've got all the things we want.
Well, Brett, if your wife wasn't letting you dance, you're better off. I'm better off. Vibe check. We lost 55 again. God, I want us to close under VN.
Like, how many people are paying attention to this? I think you're missing the most important part. I'm gonna bring this up one more time. We got cat, like a regular one. Fantastic.
No, things are skewed to the downside now.
We got Engage is up. J Fresh. We got Space Stuffing. Also, don't forget Tender Chicken Daddy. We got Santa Pickle, Support Resistance Pickle, and the Pickle Rocket, Rave Pickle, whatever that one is. Everything.
No, below GN is spicy SLD.
Everything. We've got all the
We
things
still got a
we
ways
want.
to go till we lose GN. It's down at like 206. Or... where's GN on the monthly? 60.85.
You get it, girl. Maybe.
45.40 should be the potential low here.
I'm not gonna tell you.
Although still more likely to close at VN. There's more interest there. But we could fall into like 40, 45 and then bounce back.
I'm trying to just inform you. It's really not that complicated.
Yeah, significantly below SLD tends to be pretty bullish. That's just an effect of like, you know, leverage and being over underweight equities. Right now everybody's very overweight equities. And so, you know, if they need to make deposits to cover margin requirements, then the likelihood is going to be that they sell equities. If you're very far below GN on like a larger times frame, then, you know, people are probably very underweight equities.
The instructions for the safety DANs is on the back of the condom wrapper.
This isn't a song.
You can DANs if you want to. You can leave the DANs behind. But if the DANs don't re-accept members, they ain't no DANs of mine. View up Dan Sample gets it. I haven't seen you in a while. Where have you been? First off, can we talk about the books of the DANs? Where the DANs come from?
Do you guys remember those? The
Been a
books,
while.
the trilogy
Those were
of the
the
books
days.
of the Dans?
They're gone now. Because you've left the primary not a cult and actually formed a real cult behind a dumpster. And yet we've accepted you and your degeneracy. Should you not afford that same opportunity to others? I said this a bunch of times. I'll say it again. The Dans are hypocrites. I even did a clip on this. I specifically have ads on here from Dans, and I can pull them up, where the Dans are advertised as being accepting of all, no matter what. Is this a lie? Have the Dans been actively lying to the people? Can we figure this out? Can we figure out? I have quants. That's what you guys are for. Second of all, Everyone in this chat has sharded themselves, okay? Don't act like it's a thing you haven't done. You have. You don't have to tell anyone about it. You may not be brave enough, it's fine, but you've done it. So that's about it. Anything I'm forgetting? All right. Our Lady who art above us, VWAP be thy name. Thy tendies come, thy DD done, in practice as it is in theory. Give us
This
this
is
day our
all
daily
on
gains,
Brad.
and forgive us
Quiet.
our bearishness. As we forgive those who bet against us, lead us not into degeneracy, but deliver us from losses. For thine is the market and the profits and the money, forever and ever. Riku. Don't ever talk to me again.
Peace out, Cheeto. Kind of missed you. Thanks. Any end of day prediction? We're kind of already there. I mean, Charm's a little nasty here, but it's not that bad. You still wax them brows? Never. Let them get bushy. So. Rumors of my demise were grossly overestimated. I made 20% on my tiny port. I'm back, baby. Fuck yeah. Fucking people, man. I just remind you, it's Taco Tuesday. Oh, have we gotten any taco news? Trump's speaking after market close, right? Inflation's up, so he's got to say something. Maybe he'll release the Epstein list, and it'll just be a piece of paper from the Oval Office that says Obama and Biden on it. Or, I'm sorry, Obama and Biden's auto pen. Trump's at a live thing? Oh, right now? Exciting. Oh, yep, he's running his mouth. There he is.
That's a big statement. This afternoon, 20 leading technology and energy companies are announcing more than $92 billion of investments in Pennsylvania. And if you want, we can probably get them up. Let's talk for a second. But this is a really triumphant day for the people of the Commonwealth and for the United States of America. We're doing things that nobody ever thought possible. As of about a month and a half ago, when we came back from the Middle East, we came back with $5.1 trillion of investments from the three countries that I mentioned, and they're great people, great leaders of those countries. But we came back with many, many planes that they are going to build through Boeing. They came back with a package of goods that were, nobody's seen. I don't think anybody's seen. $5.1 trillion, and we are now at about 16, think of this, $16 trillion, and we're at a little bit less than 6 months, but really we're probably at 3 months because it took me a little time to get started, right? So in 3.5, 4 months, let's say, we have about $16 trillion. There's never been anything like that in history. You can go for years and they didn't have numbers like that. And if you look at the last administration, you had negative numbers. You didn't have positive numbers. You're going in the wrong direction. We have the hottest country, and we're going to keep it that way. Today's commitments are ensuring that the future is going to be designed, built, and made right here in Pennsylvania and right here in Pittsburgh, and I have to say right here in the United States of America. I want to thank, we have some great talent in the administration. I want to thank and say hello to a few people that are with us, secretaries, Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, Doug Burgum, Chris Wright. You know, Chris is very friendly with the people up here. Doug, I wanted Doug for energy. I didn't know about Chris. And Doug said, I have somebody that's much better than me. Right? Doug never said that in his life. I said, this guy must be very good. But what a team they are. You know, we have one controls the land and one controls the energy, but it was sort of intertwined. So we put them together, right?
No part of this is bullish. None of it. Stop correlating the market bouncing slightly to the things Trump is saying. If he says something that's going to impact the market, it's going to impact the market. We're not going to move up $3.
EPA administrator, probably, I must say this, Doug, I hate to say it, Chris, Doug, all you guys, the most important man of the days today is Lee Zeldin. It's called environmental protection, because he's going to be the one that gets you a permit. He's going to get you a permit for the largest electric producing plant in the world in about a week, would you say? Now, if you go nuclear, I promised him I'd give him 2 weeks. Okay? Nuclear will give him a little more time. But you know, the biggest problem we've had is it takes years and years to get permits, and he really is. He's a phenomenal guy. And, you know, his history, he's a great lawyer, great congressman, in a race that was, according to most, unwinnable, almost won for governor. He just missed it by a few points. And he's really fantastic, but he's...
Could you describe buying a straddle or strangle today in front of PPI tomorrow? Well, you would buy a put and a call. Their distance from spot determines whether they're a straddle or a strangle.
That's really what was happening. It's crazy all over the country, but we're freeing it up, and he really is going to be able to produce. And I'm looking at the numbers of China. They're producing a lot of electric. Well, they only have one man they have to worry about.
Now you know. Secret's out.
He can do that by himself. I don't know if I can. Do I have the right to overrule you? Maybe. I don't know. Probably I do, but I won't have to. But so he has one man, and we have one man. The one man is sitting right there. We appreciate you doing an amazing job. They're building plants already. They're building plants, and they have already their permits. And I have to brag just for a second, because when I first heard about AI, and it's not my thing, although my uncle was at MIT, one of the great professors, 51 years, whatever, the longest serving professor in the history of MIT, 3 degrees in nuclear, chemical, and math. That's a smart man. Krasinski was one of his students. Do you know who Krasinski was? There's very little difference between a madman and a genius. He said, what kind of a student was he, Uncle John, Dr. John Trump? He said, what kind of a student? And he said, seriously good. He said he'd go around correcting everybody, but it didn't work out too well for him. It didn't work out too well, but it's interesting in life. But I will say this, that we have the greatest brains, we have the greatest power, and we are going to have more electric. I said to some of the guys coming in, they wanted to hook up to the grid. I spoke to Mark, and Jeff, and a lot of people. And they said, well, we want to know about the electric, because I was told we'll need from David. You're the first one that told me. That's why I hired him, because I said he told me something I didn't know. He said, you need double the electric of what we have right now, and maybe even more than that. Remember that? And I said, what, are you kidding? And that's double the electric that we have. Take everything we have and double it. And actually, the number, that was even low. You need more than that. And to do that, you'd have to hook up to an old grid, in many cases broken, and certainly very much open
ARE
to,
dumping. Yep.
destruction from bombs and planes and from, frankly, storms. You see what happened, that horrible situation in Texas. And you'd be subject to that. And it's fragile, but it is old, and it can't have the capacity unless you totally rebuild it. That would take decades. And I said, well, why don't we do this? Why don't we, when you build your plant, wherever you may build it, you build your own electric plant. And nobody took it seriously. They sort of looked like, I can't really take that seriously, because they didn't believe it was happening. So the smartest people, some of them on stage right now, were saying, huh. And then they'd say, well, how do we hook up to the grid? We want to hook up. They didn't believe what I was saying. And I said, no, I'm really serious. I'm going to let you build, right, Lee? I'm going to let you build with your plant. You're going to build like a public utility. You're going to build your own Con Edison in New York. You're going to build your own electric factory, and you're going to make your own electricity. So this way you can have a great plant. And what you'll do is if you have excess, you can sell it back into the grid. You'll even make money from the electric business, because these guys do know how to make money. They'll end up doing things that will be shocking.
See.
And you're going to make your own plant. So when I looked at the numbers before, I saw a board outside, and it showed how much electricity China's making. Well, we just started, but we're going to actually end up doing more than them, and it's going to be...
Was Carrie a call out, or was it in Pickles Picks? I think I discussed it in Pickles Picks, but it was Sunday stream. It's also we now have a channel for that, by the way.
It doesn't work. I hate to say it just doesn't work.
It's the Stream Stocks channel,
Causes a lot of problems.
where everybody can record any stuff that we talk about on stream, but that are not, in fact, in Pickles Picks. And KRE and the discussion for KRE are both linked there, I think repeatedly.
Build it with your own plants. And so people heard that. They couldn't believe it, and finally now they believe it, because we have a couple that are already started, and they're building their electric...
No worries, Papa Muff. Now you know where they're at, though.
Separate plant. And in fact, some of them are building the electric plant inside of their main building. So it's really exciting to see. But I was very proud of that, actually.
We had one this morning. You said you almost rode up.
David, thank you very much.
Roadblocks. I think we discussed roadblocks and ASTS heading Gamma Max.
2 years ago or something in San Francisco, and I said, this guy's very smart. If I pull this sucker off, I'm going to probably hire him in some form. I got to get him in. But you've been doing great. Thank you, David, very much. Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, Michael Kratsios. Michael, thank you. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael. Good job.
Holy bips.
You're doing great. Thank you.
Yeah, rejected.
As well as State Senate President.
I don't know if it's gonna lead to like the broader sell-off down to 45. It could, though.
Good job.
There's really not much preventing us from moving down to like 50, 45.
And
Honestly.
State Senator Greg Rothman, thank you very much.
Is he doing the thing where he thanks everybody for existing?
I also want to recognize your great congressmen. These are friends. These are warriors. They just passed the great, big, beautiful. See, I add the word great. I like to say, because the really was really supposed to be great, big, beautiful. They call it the big, beautiful. But I had great. They took the word great out. I was on a show called Deface the Nation or something like that. Ladies and gentlemen, Deface the Nation. And I said, I want a great, big, beautiful bill. And they named it that. And it really is. It was supposed to be 7 bills. Could have been 2 or 3, but it was supposed to be originally 7. I said, let's put them all together. And if you put them all together, there's going to be something for everybody. And that's what happened. And we got it passed. And Republicans did it. We didn't get one Democrat vote. Think of it. The biggest tax cut in history, and we didn't get a Democrat vote. And so many other things. No tax on tips. No tax on Social Security. No tax on overtime. But the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, you got that. Also, the biggest deduction. You know, you have a 10-year period. Last time we had a 1-year period. Now you have a 10-year period. And that's what made the first one. We had the most successful economy in the history of our country during my first term. And we passed a bill, but that bill, honestly, as good as it was nothing compared to this one. And the biggest thing and the biggest reason for the success was the deduction. and you're allowed to do it. And this time we're including structure, so you're able to deduct those big structures that you're building. So nobody thought that was even possible. But I want to introduce the people that did it. Dan Muser is here. Where's Dan? Dan, you... Oh, they're in Washington working on our next bill. Good. They shouldn't be here. Now I don't have to mention their names, you know. Although they're watching on television, I guarantee. Oh, that's right. They're working on our next one, which is coming for a vote, I think, on Friday. Wow, I'm impressed. But JT, GT, Thompson, Lloyd Schmucker, John Joyce, Mike Kelly, Scott Perry, Rob Bresnahan, all terrific people, and Guy Reschenthaler. These are great people. They're warriors. They fought with us. They voted with us. We only had 2 negative votes. I didn't invite those 2 guys to anything. We had a guy named Rand Paul Jr. He's known as Rand Paul Jr. in the House. He always votes no. We had somebody else. I did him a big favor, and I said, well, he's not going to, sir, I don't think so-and-so is going to vote. I won't mention his name. And I said, no, he's going to vote because I did him a very big favor, a very personal favor. As big as you can get, having to do with death and life. But having to do, no, he's going to vote. Don't worry about it. Okay, sir, if you tell me, but I don't think we're going to get his vote. Don't worry about it, I said. I know what I'm talking about. Don't worry about it. And sure as hell, he voted against us. And I said, another one down, another great move by Trump. Anyway, so much for favors. You know, it's welcome to the world of politics, right? Right, David? We know about that. But we're here today because we believe that America's destiny is to dominate every industry and be the first in every technology. And that includes being the world's #1 superpower in artificial intelligence. And we are way ahead of China, I have to say. We're way ahead of China, and the plants are starting up, the construction's starting up. And did you notice that 2 days ago they just announced that they had a budget surplus of $25 billion in this country? Right, Howard? They never saw anything like that. Everyone would say, where did that? That's been like decades, $25 billion, and that's peanuts compared to what it's. And it's good business practices. The tariffs are coming in by the hundreds of billions of dollars, and they're really at the infant stage right now. It's only on cars and steel, mostly. And the rest is starting to kick in. We just made a deal today, a big one with Indonesia, a great deal. And they've opened up Indonesia fully. You know, Indonesia really has great copper, very, very powerful copper, but they have a lot of things. And we have full access to Indonesia. We'll soon be announcing probably, if we do, we do. If we don't, that's okay too. I don't mind, because I'm very happy with the letters that we send out that you'll be paying X%. I almost like it better if you want to know the truth. But Scott and Howard, you know, they like to go the old-fashioned way. Let's work hard to make a deal. I don't know. There's something about pay us 35% of everything, and we're very happy. But I think India is going to open up, and a lot of countries are going to open up. And some that don't, they'll just be paying a very substantial tariff, but peanuts compared to what they should be paying. So we have some amazing things. China and other countries are racing to catch up to America, having to do with AI, and we're not going to let them do it. We have the great chips, we have the great everything, and we're going to be fighting them in a very friendly fashion. I have a great relationship with President Xi, and we smile at the back and forth, but we are leading. I heard somebody say before that we're going to try and catch China. We're not catching them, we're leading. And one of the advantages they have is they show the electric that they have it. They're opening up coal-fired plants all over the place. And we're entitled and allowed now to do that too. We took coal, it was taken out of the chain, and coal is actually a very, very powerful. I say you're not allowed to call it coal. You have to call it clean, beautiful coal. You're not allowed, John, to call it just coal, because people don't understand. We call it clean, beautiful coal. But China is, I think they're going to be very far behind. Mark my words, I think they're going to be very far, because we have a lot of places going up right now, and they're all going to be great. And they actually feed off each other. But remaining the world's leader in AI will require an enormous
VN diddled. Yep.
reduction, and that's taking place.
And VN breached. Are we going to get it? Are we going to get the 45 close? That would be fantastic. We deserve it. There's
Today,
3 minutes left. There's not a lot of
Commonwealth
time to
claiming
bounce
its
it.
industrial heritage and taking its
Dangerous to
place
sell puts
at the
this close to
forefront of
close.
the AI technological
They
revolution.
might just not.
And as I said before, it's an expression I used all during the campaign and screamed it out. We'll drill, baby, drill, and people went crazy. We had big crowds, as you probably heard, biggest ever, biggest in history. The investments being announced this afternoon include more than $56 billion in new energy infrastructure and more than $36 billion in new data center projects. And a lot more than that are going to be announced in the coming weeks, not even months. I think we could say weeks, right, Howard? In the campaign, I promised that I would save the Homer City power plant 50 miles east of here that Joe Biden's Green New Scam forced to shut down. It's a Green New Scam, greatest scam in history, the greatest in history. Well, the auto pen, I think, is a bigger scam, if you want to know. Actually, I do believe that. Today, we're pleased to report that a $15 billion investment from Knighthead Capital Management. Who's here from Knighthead? Well, I'm very impressed with that. 15 billion. That's pretty good. It's a great location, too. Wow. That's very impressive. Thank you very much. That's a big number, huh? It's a big number, and yet it's peanuts relative to what it would get. That's a good job. But the Homer City site is being resurrected as the largest natural gas-fired power plant ever to be built in North America. Is that right, huh? That's fantastic. As another example, Google will be investing billions and billions of dollars to revitalize 2 major hydropower facilities in Pennsylvania. Congratulations. Say hello to Sergey and Sundar. They've done a pretty good job at Google, I'll tell you. And they have their star right here, so congratulations. That's really fantastic. And under the last year of Biden, China added 11 times as much power generation capacity as did the United States. That's under Biden. That's not under Trump. That's under Sleepy Joe. Under the Trump administration,
Look at that beautiful 45 test.
would actually be doing more than they do, as I said. And on day one, I ended the Green New Scam. I also ended.
Is Mustard just an AI-driven auto pen? No, machine learning.
Coal totally ended. Coal has equal, if not greater, status. It's a very powerful. It's a very powerful thing, coal. China, it's sort of.
Well, CPI was hot this morning, and PPI isn't even hotter tomorrow. Sus? Yeah, PPI should be. Well, the expectations have probably moved up on it.
Windmills, sell them into our country, sell them all over the world, and they ruin their fields.
Another day reinforcing bad habits.
Where's your wind farm? Well, we have one. We're thinking about one. No, it's the whole thing is crazy. But they use coal, and they're building right now about 52 power plants, all of coal. I signed historic executive orders to expedite construction of brand new nuclear power plants, which is very hot. We've issued an order, as you probably know, 1 month ago, making it very easy and very safe to build nuclear power. And Westinghouse, I know, is represented here, and they're become a whole brand new Westinghouse. Congratulations. It's a great thing you're doing. They were hurt by some very incompetent people. I watched what was going on there in the form of regulators. They were really.
Me too. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Ding ding, by the way.
But we're fast and
43 close and a close below VN. VN matters again, guys.
plans to build 10
Maybe the whining will stop.
reactors in the United States. That's
All right.
Congratulations.
Do we want to? We don't need to keep listening to this.
Further
This is just gonna keep saying bullshit. All right. So closed closer, a little closer to the bottom of the MM's expected move than mine. Mine was just under VN, but definitely down for the day. Selling off from this morning's open. I think the last of the upside positioning probably closing out. With inflation actually coming in slightly hotter. It didn't come in as hot as the upper range for expectations, but it did come in above the median in analyst estimates. And so, definitively hotter. Obviously, the 20 and 30 pushed up a little bit more, although they'd pre-priced in a bit of inflation, 10-year up a little bit more than that. And then the belly of the curve starting to swell again with reduced expectations for Fed rate cuts. The dollar moved up on this, which is going to obviously affect leverage. And we're already seeing some risk off in crypto that has been negatively correlated with the decline in the dollar. On ES, we slipped below the long-term trend, retested it, failed, and then slipped below. Well, the extension of that long-term trend, I guess, is a more apt description. But did slip below that and slip below the prior all-time high. This marks one of our lowest closes for a few days at least, and does open up room to move to the downside and retest 62, 52, 75 off of the triple top at the high here, which did get breached a little bit this morning, and we did set a new all-time high. But I guess we'll see down here if we get a lower low. Dixie, moving up with the top end of the yield curve pretty sharply. Correlation continuing to break down, back to the levels that we were at roughly around the time of the Iran-Israel conflict, and continuing to rise. We are hitting the lowest point in the share buyback period. We don't have tech earnings till next week. And the dispersion trade is very much overexposed to a rise in index vol due to events. And so while VX down today, VIX and VIX on the 3-month both up. Commodities mostly down across the board, some upside moves in agriculture, but nothing too bullish there. Bond volatility has started to rise off of the lows. That should follow suit with the breakdown that we're seeing in 3-month correlation. As long as we continue to see correlation breakdown, bond volatility should continue to rise. Leverage in the carry trade hitting 9x. Literally the highest point it's been at since March 27th of this year. And we are seeing more demand on that forward yield and volatility, moving up to negative 10% after spending quite a bit of time down at like negative 15, negative 17. Skew continued to turn up yesterday, but we might see that start to reverse with today's price action to the downside, possibly more long puts coming in. Really no big changes in breadth yesterday. We'll see how that looks end of day today. I'm sure stacks above their 20 and 50 and 200-day moving average all fell with us pulling back 50 points. And correlation between VIX, cash VIX, still declining, and it's declining pretty rapidly. It's like almost 1% a day here, but volatility staying pretty flat. So with VX flat and correlation falling, I would expect volatility to have a bit more potential to move to the upside. Fed fund futures cut back pretty significantly from middle of 2026, moved from pricing in almost 5 rate cuts into June of next year, down to almost 3 rate cuts today. End of year rate cuts now falling below 2. And September just really not pricing in much of a rate cut at all at this point. Bear steepener, not too much, pretty flat. So we'll have to see what happens with PPI tomorrow. If we're going to see the bear steepener pick up, that's probably where we'd see it. Is after PPI or with retail sales. If there's any indication that things are getting more stagflationary or recessionary, this is probably the indicator that would react to that most violently. Here, we have another failed breakout of bullish consolidation, but we do not have a failure of this upside consolidation yet. We still need to break below the 6,200 level to confirm a breakdown or a reversal, or at least signal one. And then to confirm it, we really need to get back below like the all-time high at 61.47. There's still a very good chance here that support could be found either at the 6,200 level or at 61.47. where the prior all-time high was. That level has not been retested since it broke, and it is, I think, still of some significance. So we'll see what happens over the next couple of days. Obviously, this is the first indication of any kind of weakness in a few days, and the only one that's had the macro sentiment to back it up. So let's see where it goes. Obviously, weakness into the back half of this week could signal more downside into the end of the month. But we're probably gonna need to get a little bit more information. So PPI tomorrow, retail sales on Thursday, Michigan consumer sentiment Friday. All of these are going to feed into that. So this is still a pretty important week for data, and event vol is going to remain high. If that volatility is realized, I do expect that we will have a larger than usual uptick in volatility, because well, volatility is sold so short and so close to the money that I think the risk would become pronounced very, very quickly at our current levels. Check if JB Hunt earnings are out. Yeah, probably. Yeah, looks like earnings per share was $1.31, beat by 1%. Revenues beat by 0.008 billion. EPS is down 1% year over year. Revenues down year over year. But quarter over quarter, EPS is up 12% and revenue is up. So bullish in the short term, but worse performance than last year, same time. Earnings were $1.31 a share. Revenue was $2.928 billion in profit, or in revenue rather. Sorry. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. I will see you tomorrow morning for PPI. Catch you later, guys. Peace.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some